Okay, so welcome everyone to our third and final day of the Dreamweavers conference. Helen, Sophie, and I will be taking you through the day today. And our first presentation is by David Stein. This will be followed by a presentation from Toby, after which we'll have a break. And then we'll hear from Christo and Suhasini before lunch. In the afternoon, we have Lalit, Andrea, and Luigi before we close off the conference. So, our first presentation by David is on the Greenbelt land use plan. David is a town planner from New York who has spent much time in India and Auroville. He has a master's in urban and regional planning and more than 30 years of professional involvement in urban and regional development, transportation planning, and comprehensive planning. He is a partner at Bensinger Stein Associates, and in 2015 he prepared the Greenbelt Development Plan and Greenbelt Land Use Plan for L'avenir. Welcome, David. Over to you now.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here again in Auroville, even if only electronically. And I hope that what we have to offer will help in your deliberations as to how to further the development and protection, not only of the Greenbelt, but we address a number of issues that are important that go beyond that. So with that, this plan was actually put together between the years 2011 and 2013. So it's almost 10 years old at this point, and obviously there is going to be some information which is no longer correct because of the change in times and dates, but we will deal more with principles than we will deal with actual physical realities on the ground. The idea of the Greenbelt Plan was, as we developed it, to base ourselves on ecological principles on how to best manage and protect the land so that it could serve its function as a greenbelt. We traveled through much of the Greenbelt. We got to know a lot of the land there, and of course we got to know a lot of the people who are involved in planning and management within Town Hall in L'Avenir and Auroville as a whole. And it was, as we got to know the area, it became quite clear that there was a significant range of problems that would have to be looked at from an environmental point of view. I would mention that my partner in putting this together, my wife, Akva Stein, is also a professor of landscape architecture, now retired, who has done extensive planning in environmental issues and ecological issues as well. So we worked together on this. She did a lot of the mapping. I did a lot of the thinking that went into the text of the plan. I would mention also that it would be helpful if Auroville would put the plan back up on the internet so it could be read by those who attend to see what we were trying to do, because my slideshow will be a little bit quick in going over some of the points. You can ask me questions, of course, afterwards, but for a more detailed understanding of what we had attempted to show, I think it's best that you actually read the document. It is available on the internet, I believe. If not, find out where you can get it. We felt that the Greenbelt planning, as much as it was
recording in progress,
as much as this was supposed to be a Greenbelt, the idea was to protect as much the forest and the land and the water as was possible, following ecologically based principles. These included such things as maintaining the integrity of patches and corridors where wildlife and plant materials could grow naturally and extend their hold on the land itself. We realized that the Greenbelt was a good deal larger than the area of land owned by Auroville. And so we've made some suggestions as well as to how and to approach the process of expanding the Greenbelt, not only on Auroville-owned land, but on land beyond Auroville, which I will get into a little later. Initially, we looked at the issue of how do you maintain the environment, given the fact that this is an area which, in which water is the critical element. I was fortunate enough to have most of the papers that Gilles Boulico produced over the years when he was working with Water Harvest and it became quite clear to me that there is a very, very, very serious issue of water in the bioregion. There's only one source of water, as you all know, and that is rainfall. And we try to capture as much as we can and keep as much as we can. But I would caution, please go back and listen carefully to what Giulio had to say yesterday, because there are some important lessons in that, which I would hope people will be able to not only take into account, but actively help forward the lessons that we have learned. When we started planning, we realized that all the water in Auroville is rainwater. There is no other source. There's no river that provides you with fresh water. It's stored on or in the land. And this water source, the aquifer that supplies Auroville, covers not only Auroville, but the entire bioregion, which extends over more than 700 square kilometers and has many, many, many villages, and all of whom share the same water source. So one thing that became very clear to me was with Auroville sitting at the very highest point in the landscape, if there is a shortage of water, the first place that will feel that shortage will be Auroville, because you're the highest point, therefore the water is furthest from you when it begins to lower the water table. And as everybody has pointed out more than once, the problem with the water table is that there is a growing demand for water for agricultural purposes, for industrial purposes, for domestic purposes, and there is more being pumped out today than is being actually returned by way of rainfall. So one of the functions of the Greenbelt is to maximize the amount that can be stored within the Auroville area. But that's only a small portion of the total demand that can be met from Auroville's boundaries. And my important lesson, if there is one, is that Auroville will have to figure out a way to much expand its integration within the broader bioregion so that everybody is trying to do the same thing. It is not just Auroville's problem. It is the entire bioregion that has to deal with the water issue. And I would hope that as we proceed, you will find that there are ways in which you can reach out. And I will talk about some of them a little later on. When we first started, we had a fairly idealized plan that was handed to us and said, this is what Auroville looks like according to the master plan. This master plan was prepared basically according to the ideas of designers and thinkers who were not trained in environmental planning. They were trained in architecture. They were trained in to some degree in city planning, but not in terms of environmental planning at the same time. And so the first thing we had to do was to analyze what in fact was going on this ground, and how could that be used best to further the goals, which were, from the perspective of the Greenbelt, to maximize its long-term viability as a resource for Auroville and the broader bioregion. The plan itself suggested various types of land uses around. It showed the various rivers and streams and water bodies, and suggested, for instance, that it would be very much wiser to put a 10-meter buffer along all the water channels to maximize their ability to capture and retain runoff. That we would enhance the forests where we could. We have a list of areas which we think should be prioritized for acquisition within the Greenbelt, and some even beyond. And how that is done is part of what we will talk about a little bit later. The is fairly straightforward. I won't go into a lot of detail because it's a little hard to read when you're sitting back there and looking at a screen. Again, please do make the effort, if you can, to get hold of a PDF of the plan and read it quietly in your own time on your own computer. And I think it will make much more sense after you've absorbed everything that you have heard and seen in the last couple of days. We obviously have had to leave the villages to their own devices, and one of the things that needs to be done is to build a better relationship with the villagers so that they understand also the importance of protecting the green spaces that they have and how they integrate themselves into the world that is the Auroville Masterplan. As I mentioned a little earlier, one of the first things we did was to try to identify areas where water protection would be a priority.
David, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I don't know if you're trying to change slides, but we don't see any change. So are you still on the first slide, or are you changing on the other screen?
Let me see what we've got here. I'm surprised. This is the slide of the water protection priorities. Do you see that now?
Yes, we see that. Is that the slide that you were talking about?
That is the slide I'm talking about, yes.
Very good. Thank you very much. I had a doubt.
Okay, no, that's fine. As you can see, there's a great deal of green on this map. Green that does not necessarily exist in any special form of reality. But what we are suggesting is these are areas that need to be either acquired or somehow protected through agreements with the owners of the land in order to maintain the supply of water for everyone. These are streams, these are areas where we think that by minimizing the runoff from these areas, you can do your best to retain the water pressure of fresh water within the coastal shelf in particular, which was described in some detail yesterday in Julio's talk. Reforestation where it is possible. A buffer is an area that is simply not being built on, is protected. It may be in It should be in materials that will hold the soil and the water. You can see a number of these are stream beds where you've had canyons in the past and you want to avoid further erosion to the degree that it's possible. Retain the soil, retain the water, and use that as a way of defining the development. These are the sort of the boundary layers between different developments that need to be thought of and protected where you can. The other part of this, and I will get into it a little bit further, is working with your neighbors, the owners of adjacent lands that are not within ownership of Auroville, to demonstrate to them the value of this approach and help them figure out how they can best follow the same principles. Now I'm going to switch a little bit here, and here is a table I hope will come up. Takes a little while for this machine to switch over. I'm not seeing it yet on your screens. Well, it hasn't switched over, and I'm not sure why. My apologies for my less than perfect technical expertise in this. Huh.
Are you managing, David?
I'm trying to switch to slide number 6, which you still have the water protection priorities showing, and I'm trying to go to the next slide, and it's not showing.
So can you try to click on the water protection, on the slide that you see now, to see if it's going to bring the next one? Just click on it.
I've done it several times, and it is
Okay.
not changing.
Try to just press the down arrow of your keyboard or the space bar, and that should maybe bring up the next slide.
Oh, there it goes. That's better. This is what no, it shows it on my screen, but it doesn't
Not
show
on
it on
your,
yours.
not on ours. Yes, that's because you're changing on one window, but it doesn't change on the other.
I'm not sure why it's not.
You need to select the right window. The correct window, sorry.
Yes, I've selected it.
And then just try pressing the down arrow of your keyboard or the space bar. Otherwise, you can just exit the screen sharing and show us the other window where you're able to change the slides, and that's fine.
Well, let's see, I'm not sure why. Oh,
David?
frustrating.
Yeah, I understand that you're frustrated. Can you just exit the screen sharing just like you did before?
Okay.
And then you share the window on which you see the slide changing. You share with us the other window on which you see the slide changing.
Okay. Let's see what we get. I'm seeing screen share.
So
I see the slide.
I saw your pointer going on this window, so bring the pointer back on the window, can you?
Yeah.
Yeah, and click on it, see if it works. Yep.
Okay. There's the one I want. Okay. Well, I'm assuming you can see the whole thing, although I've got my screen sharing.
We can see a table. Yeah.
You can see a table.
Yeah, we see the whole thing.
We'll work from the table.
No, don't.
What we tried to do was look at a series of types of land and the kinds of treatment that we felt was important to apply to each classification of land. The types of land here are water courses and water bodies, which I've discussed a little bit of, the farms, the woodlands and tree plantations, that is either forest for the sake of forest or areas which are growing trees for commercial use. And finally, recreation, because there is a good deal of recreation within the forested areas, but it's treated somewhat differently from pure forest because there are trails, there are people who go through it. And we asked ourselves, how should different classifications of ownership affect these different groups? So we have, for instance, land that Auroville owns in the Greenbelt. We have lands that Auroville owns outside the Greenbelt. There's quite a bit of land outside the Greenbelt, which Auroville has acquired over the years. We have privately owned land within the Greenbelt, meaning land owned by non-Aurovillians. And then we have land owned by non-Aurovillians outside the Greenbelt, which of course is the majority of the land. And then a final category is the Porambok, the essentially stream beds that are used for common access to for animals and travel and water, wending their way through naturally through the area that we're talking about. We propose essentially building full buffers along everywhere we can. Waterways and water bodies, don't change them in the sense that you're not going to convert them to dry land, you're not going to convert them to buildings. You protect them with buffers and you keep it that way. And you have a group of stewards who can play a very active and constructive role in helping make sure that that happens. Part of the issue that I saw is that there is still a lack of communication between Auroville and the villages. I hope some of that has changed over the years because I have not been there now for several years, and maybe there is some more extensive interaction between Aurovillians and the surrounding villages. But a lot of what I think is most important about Auroville is that it stands as an example for the neighborhood. And by that I mean the bioregion, and obviously the impact is greater the closer you are. To reach out, Aurovillians can reach out. They have done some in the past. There's been some remarkable work done in, for instance, restoring the traditional tanks, the eries around Auroville. But it needs to be expanded, extended, and turned into a program because we're dealing with one terrible fact that dominates everything in my thinking, and that is global climate change. The little that I have read suggests that South India is going to become an extremely difficult environment. Rainfall is going to be intensified when it occurs, but there will be also lengthy periods of drought. Temperatures will go up significantly. And we know that agricultural methods that are used right now tend to overdraw the water and we need to figure out how to best share that water as a common resource, not as an individual resource. One of the great problems in modern law is the fact that if you sink a well into your land, you can suck up as much water as you can suck up using your well. Now that water comes from somewhere. It's not only just coming from underneath your little piece of land, it's coming from wherever it's flowing within the aquifer. And too many pumps in the surrounding area can deplete your aquifer just as much as you can deplete someone else's. And building a program whereby there is a common management that helps people learn to take the appropriate amount and to restrain themselves from overusing water is one of the things that I would hope would come out of this whole discussion of how the Greenbelt is developed and managed in the future. I will let people read this at more leisure. I'm not going to try to describe it at great length, other than to say it's a start. There's a lot that has to be, ooh, I've got a light bulb that's burning out. It's a start. It's a program which can be developed. I have talked at some length with Ram from the Sustainable Livelihood Institute, and he has agreed that he would be very anxious to put together a program that could be used to build and reach out into the bioregion, using this concept as a basis for teaching farmers, landowners, villagers how to be more careful stewards of their own land and resources. Now I'm going to switch slides, and we'll hope that that will do something here. What did I do to? How did I? Oh. Now I'm forgetting how I switch slide. Oh, next. One of the things that I wanted to show here also is what you accomplish when you build these buffers in terms of various issues, whether it's water quality, biodiversity, productive soils, how you can improve the productivity of the soil through the use of the buffers. We go on to the how it, again, the treatment of the water will reduce the erosion and improve the quality of the water. Each of these functions of the buffers, you'll see why they're so important. They slow the water entrance and infiltration. They trap pollutants in surface runoff. They trap pollutants in surface flow. They increase the habitat areas. It improves biodiversity. It increases the productivity of the soil because you have not only watered it, but you've added a biological material to the content of the soil as well by building the buffers. And in addition to that, let's see what we can get here. And then finally, we have here The buffers will help increase the economic value of the land in many ways, and provide a good deal of protection from wind energy. They will serve to modify the microclimate. In other words, Auroville enjoys a much better climate than does the surrounding barren land. You only have to go out and see the difference a little bit. On a large scale, the same thing was done with New Delhi, where the temperature inside New Delhi tends to be 5 to as much as 5 degrees Celsius cooler on a hot day than the surrounding farmland, just because of the tree planting. You've seen that there. It produces economic products by building the buffers. You can harvest some of the material from the buffers. And in general, you improve the quality of the property. People would prefer to live near areas that are comfortable. And it finally, it serves as a protective barrier from the wind. It helps natural control of pests. Of course, it reduces the flooding, and it creates a much safer environment overall. Now, oops, here we go. Let's see, oops, excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm not quite, oh, I don't want to stop that, screen sharing, I want to go back to it, oh dear.
So you need to restart the screen sharing now?
So it looks like. Oops. Here we go.
Yeah. You can stay on the screen if it's easier for you. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just
yeah.
wanted to. You can see the snout. We've marked areas that we say are priority acquisition areas for water protection. You can see them laid out. There are areas which are owned by Auroville. There are areas of Porambok, and then there are areas which, as mentioned earlier, need to be managed through a discussion with the landowners and entities, government entities surrounding Auroville, to see to it that you protect the water bodies, that you that people are encouraged to build the kinds of protective buffers that Auroville has been building. And you have the ability to, I think, demonstrate this very nicely and very quickly through bringing people in to see what you've done, explain it to the farmers. Of course, that requires a team that has been trained to do this. And this is where I had, as I mentioned earlier, approached Ram at the Sustainable Livelihood Institute to help in the training process. And I would be more than happy to help put together a grant proposal or whatever is needed so that you can actually carry out some of this work of explaining why the Greenbelt, why the buffers, why the water protection to people who normally think in terms that are much smaller than a region. And I guess the final word I would say is I've lost. Okay, you can see what I've got here. I just want to, a word of caution from me as a planner with a fair amount of experience over these things. Plans are, first of all, they are made for a specific point in time. That point in time lasts only a short period of time, and then things change. So that plans have to constantly be updated. They cannot be fixed and held immutable because the world around us is not fixed and immutable. The first thing I was taught in planning school was everything is connected to everything else. Anything you do will have an impact somewhere else. And you don't want to ignore that fact by thinking that once you have designed and built something, it's going to stay that way. It's going to have an impact on other things around it. And you need to plan for those impacts and understand what they are and decide whether you really want to do the things that you're proposing to do after you've examined what the potential impacts are. And then a couple of other words of caution. I don't believe that there is a, quote, solution, unquote, to every problem. Solution sounds like it's something final and fixed and immutable. It's not. The world is constantly changing. Our plans have to change and adapt to meet the changing situation. So I have even suggested that the word solution should be abolished from the English language as being meaningless. And the same thing with the word control. We don't control our environment. We don't control our lives. We try to manage them as best we can, because the environment in which we live, including ourselves, is a series of interlinked, very complex systems. And everything you do has multiple impacts on other things. Some impacts are big, some are very small, some are important, some are non-important, but you need to understand what they are before you can do a good job of planning and building. And the way you understand is you set up monitoring systems so that you know what is happening, and it gives you the opportunity to periodically revise your plans and your actions according to what the actual results on the ground were. Often when we build something, we think we've done a certain constructive solution to a problem, and it turns out it's created a problem somewhere else. We need to know that, and we need to adjust those plans so that the negatives are managed as well as we can, and we do not lose the benefit of the good work that we've done. If we're too rigid, if we try to stick to something that is fixed in time, the plan says, oh, this is what it's going to be in 2025 and nothing is ever going to change, it won't work. Already the master plan for Auroville is partially out of date. Of course it is, it's 20 years old. It's time to update that plan and to rethink. And so the purpose of the Greenbelt plan was to provide a series of suggestions on how to guide yourselves in the process of updating the plan, looking at it from an environmental point of view as well as a physical point of view in terms of buildings and roads and so on. Look at the water. Look at the need to manage the planting materials, to handle the agricultural situation as well as possible, to see to it that there is water shared throughout the bioregion. This was the purpose behind the Greenbelt Master Development Plan, was to show how you could do this in a way that could form the basis of a method of managing the bioregion. And it will give you the opportunity to become, shall we say, truly the city that the world needs, because it is reaching out, it is showing that it isn't just for the Aurovillians to live happily. Auroville is an example and is willing to share and teach. That would be my hope. And with that, I will say thank you, and I will entertain any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, David. So ATDC is going to handle the question, and Stefano, can you show him the room? Cool.
All right.
David, you can stop the screen sharing also.
Okay, I will stop the screen sharing. I'm using two screens, so I have a little. Okay, I'm over with screen sharing, and now I can see you all, and you can see me, I hope.
Thank you, David. My name is Raj.
Nice to meet you, Raj.
Thank you. One of your last point, I take it up to updating the master plan as you put in. In the spirit of that, how do you see the Crown corridor could influence? I don't want to say solution. Could influence some of the issues. We have, like you're talking about water, and also how does it sort of see in your how do you view this as a corridor, as a service corridor to the Greenbelt and bioregion beyond? So I'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
Well, having watched a little bit of the program earlier, my time today, I'm now in the late evening, you're in the morning of the next day for me. I think the first thing is that the Crown Road, you'll need roads, obviously. You need methods for people to get around and to move their belongings to the degree that they have to move them. But what is important is that in doing this, that you enhance the ability of the soil, the ability of the water to fulfill their functions. So you don't go building roads inside drainage channels and then filling in the drainage channel with the road and making it difficult for yourselves. Find an alternative, move it away. It's nice to have something that helps connect. A city needs connections. There's no question about that, but do that in a way that is sensitive to the soil, to the environment, to the trees, the great forests that have been planted there. They hold a wealth of resources. To the degree that it is possible, don't destroy them. There will be places where it is obviously necessary to cut down some trees. So if you cut down a tree, you plant 50 more, you plant 100 more. That's been done nicely in the past. It can be done again, but look at the topography. Look at who's using the road. Ask yourselves, and I've heard discussion earlier today about, what kind of vehicular traffic is expected. Try to figure out how to minimize the vehicular traffic because it is environmentally difficult to manage, and you don't want it to overwhelm you. So take the road, take it as an idea that it is connecting people, but it doesn't have to connect in straight lines or perfect circles. It has to connect in ways that enhance the environment. Does that help?
Hi, David. This is Pavneet.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you, Pavneet?
Good, good. My question.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. I just want to ask you, what are your thoughts? I mean, we had Chennai floods in 2016, and recently
Yes.
again, and this year we had like very, very exceptional rain, about 2.5 times of the normal annual rainfall, because of which
I've noticed.
Because of which even Pondicherry had flooding a lot of times and huge economic losses. Also in Auroville, for the first time I heard, in a few places there were floods. So in terms of thinking time-wise, now like 2030, I mean, how do you see the situation? I mean, how critical do you feel the flooding situation is in terms of planning in our cities and being in this region and seeing the cities around us in this region getting affected so severely?
Well, I think it is absolutely critical. As I mentioned earlier, we're in a time of severe climate change, and we do know that what we will be seeing in the future is increased intensity of rainfall, increased duration of dry spells, variability will go up, and it is hard to manage. Nothing will be 100%, but by building a system that absorbs as much of the water as possible and maintains the water table where possible, it may be at some point you will have to guide some of the water out into the ocean after you've restored the aquifer to the maximum degree possible. But what you want to do is to make sure that you don't continue the process of denuding the land, either within or outside, that you help the bioregion maximize its ability to absorb water and maintain it. And of course, as I say, if you also plant enough trees, it will help modify the climate to some degree. Auroville itself cannot naturally deal with global warming and solve the problem for everybody. It can only do a little bit of work in its own area. But it serves as a demonstration of what can be done when people get together and work together constructively. And the world desperately needs better examples of how we can work cooperatively to handle global warming. So you're building roads, but you're also trying to reduce the number of automobiles and switch over to as much electricity as possible, as much bicycle power as possible. That helps. It's a demonstration, and it can be used as a model for the rest of the world. As you say, the city that the world needs, if it serves that function. And so I would hope that as you move forward to develop actions based on your planning, and including addressing the biological and ecological issues that I've raised, you will draw in more people who will see to it that Auroville has demonstrated a method whereby a regional program can be put together that solves problems not just at the individual plot level, but at a regional level, so so that you have a whole population working together to deal with the issues, and not just individually. Oh, I'm going to go out and buy my electric bike, and I've solved the climate problem. It isn't done that way. It has to be done as a large-scale cooperative venture. And I would suggest further that in talking with the government authorities, you emphasize the point that this is a common problem everywhere you go, and it is something which Auroville can contribute to helping solve. That Auroville is a resource not only for itself, but for the bioregion, and it is a demonstration model that can be shared with much of the rest of India.
Yes. Hello, David. This is Omar. Good to see you again.
Yes, good to see you, Omar. Thank you.
Yes. So I have two questions. One is, through discussions with the planners from the Vastu Shilpa yesterday, and through looking at the situation, it seems that this idea of a continuous crown is almost today impossible, considering all the land situations around Auroville, the villages, the land that it is sold, and it seems impossibility. So as you said, control is an illusion. So the first question is, what can we do now? What is, even while it is not, we cannot probably have it continuous, what is possible to do now to get the highest benefit of the crown concept? The second question, because it's very important for the DREAMWEAVING work, because they are working on the crown, what can be done more in a central area like the crown, which could have any positive impact on the boundary conditions, if any? Maybe there's nothing, because most of your work is on the boundary conditions, but what would be your recommendations for those who are working on the crown situation, which is more central, and it could have a positive impact on the boundary condition? Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Well, let me go back. Could you restate your first question again? I'm sorry, Omar. I was trying to listen to too much at once.
No, the possibility of having a continuous crown, and if not, what can we do? What is the best we can do to still maintain some of the advantages of the crown concept? Yeah.
Well, the crown you know, can be as continuous as you want it or don't want it to be. I think the barriers to continuity will tend to be more legalistic and administrative than they are physical, provided you build the crown by
David, I'm very
sensitive.
sorry. It is too early for me in the morning. I am talking about the continuity of the Greenbelt.
The Greenbelt.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Now everybody understand.
Oh,
The continuity
I'm
of
sorry.
the Greenbelt is almost impossibility of all the land situation. What can we do to get it as useful? Yeah, the crown hopefully continuous. Yeah.
No, the Greenbelt, this is why I said that Auroville needs to have an outreach to its neighbors within the Greenbelt to help them see the advantages of following some of the steps that Auroville is taking, demonstrating to them how their own living situation will improve if they follow some of the same patterns that we have suggested should be applied in the Greenbelt. Creating and planting buffers, maintaining water courses, building in areas that are not, subject to flooding. Protecting the Hornbook areas so that you have the drainage channels are maintained. There's been some wonderful work done in the past 30 years by people such as Kirit, who have built check dams to help slow the water flow. These are things that can be done by your neighbors in their land as well.
Okay,
and I think one more point is build social relations with the neighbors to the degree possible. You are offering schools to their children to some extent. As I say, the Sustainable Livelihood Institute offers training courses which will help them put together videos and TV shows or whatever, computerized shows that you could take to the villages and go out and say, look, this is what we're doing. We thought you might be interested. Maybe you can learn something from this. Maybe we can learn something from you. You've been on this land for the last 2,000 or 3,000 years. You've done certain good things. Let's work together. The most important thing is to build a cooperative set of relationships with the non-Aurovillian parts of the Greenbelt.
Hi, David. My name is Jayanti.
Yes, Jayanti.
I have a question. I think one of the things that Auroville has done excellently, but possibly we've not leveraged it as much, as you said, is in terms of individual experience in so many fields, including environment. So not just the bioregion, because after all, even if these 5 villages in the area were to emulate or replicate or even adopt some of these processes we've done, some of these methods, it may make some difference. But I think if Auroville also looks at sharing some of these practices with other states of India, other parts of the globe, I think it's about being a beacon for others to emulate. Do you think that is something we should think of?
Absolutely. That's perhaps the most important function that Auroville has. It has brought together a great deal of knowledge and understanding in a small group of people, and it should be turned into a resource not only for the bioregion but India more broadly. And turn it around. there's a similar type of process that is being carried out in other parts of India, where they have built what they call pani panchayats, where they have farmers are responsible for jointly managing the water supply in their area. And what I'm suggesting is that Auroville can help bring about an increase in this kind of cooperation, where people join together to manage common problems instead of everybody having to do it themselves. I would suggest also that taking a program such as this to the foundation and saying, look, foundation, here is something where Auroville is making a contribution to India. Can we find a way to somewhat institutionalize this as a broader program where others can come here and learn and take the lessons back and apply them elsewhere? Some years back, I met a wonderful man who had come out to talk about water management in Rajasthan. This was in a program that was put together by Pondikan. He's going around the country and showing people how they can restore water courses. Auroville can do much the same thing. It will require resources you may not currently have, but it is important enough that I think the government of India could be persuaded, given the proper access, to set up a program whereby people come to Auroville to learn. Aurovillians are sent out to help. The program is institutionalized. You put together a whole series of video trainings, all sorts of things like that, and this becomes a resource for all of India, not just for the bioregion.
All right. Thank you, David.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to the next presentation. Thank you very much for joining us and for staying up late, I understand, in your time.
Oh, it's not that late. I stay up at least this late any night, but thank you for the opportunity. And if anyone wishes to, please, you can send me an email or call me on WhatsApp or whatever it is, and I'll be happy to try to discuss this. Just please do remember, it is now 10:30 at night in New Jersey, so when you call me, please call me very early in the morning or very much later in the evening on your time, so that it catches me at times when I'm available.
Yes, maybe the email is a preferred form of communications here.
Sure.
We can always pass on any questions anyone has to David. And yeah, thank you. With that, we move on to the next presenter, who is...
Let's see.
Yes, okay, good. Yeah. So our next speaker is Toby. Yeah, you can come up. So Toby is going to share a presentation on the ATDC infrastructure work. Toby has been connected to Auroville since 1971 and became Aurovillian in 2006. He was an executive of Water Harvest for 6 years and an executive for Water Service for 8 years. He was the infrastructure coordinator for TDC for 8 years and has been the director of Varuna Water for 9 years. Okay, welcome, Toby.
Thank you, Aditi.
Over to you.
First of all, thank you for getting the opportunity to say something about, well, actually quite a technical subject, infrastructure. I mean, what I'm going to tell you in the next 45 minutes, there are quite a few technicalities. And I try to stay as much as possible away with it, but you cannot avoid it when you do infrastructure. Auroville has already quite a history on infrastructure. I mean, from the very beginning, people needed water, people needed roads, people needed wastewater, or at least a collection of wastewater. So everybody tried to find solution for this. And it was all decentralized in communities where people find making a borewell, making pathways and things like this. But gradually, when the density increased, other systems needed to come in place. And that is basically what I want to say today, that from a community-oriented kind of infrastructure, we are moving towards a city kind of infrastructure. Now I have to press this one. Yeah. The presentation is, well, definition. I will not say too much about definition. Main drivers, that's actually quite an important one. Present situation in Auroville, from where are we, how does it look like, and objectives. I don't say too much, but every kind of infrastructure has some kind of objectives, that at least you have a bit of a feeling what it is. And then planning and projects. And actually here on the right side, you see what I see now here in Auroville as infrastructure. I mean, of course, roads. That is an important part of our infrastructure. I mean, it is old as the Romans and Egyptians, but it is not for nothing that it is that old, because people want to connect. Surface water, electricity, water supply, the whole water point. It's an important but very complex item. Grey water, telecom, and then a few other ones, solid waste, gas, railways. We don't have much here in Auroville, not yet. I mean, there are still plans, even in the master plan of a railway, but I don't see it coming so quickly, but nevertheless. To go into the definition of infrastructure, I mean, it is a basic underlying framework for something. And as holistic as the definition is, as applicable it is to everything. I was once in a hospital, and they said our hospital infrastructure is very good. I said, what do they mean, infrastructure in this hospital? Yeah, if you take all the processes out and you see what is left, yeah, that is infrastructure. I mean, if you go to military infrastructure, or you go to all kind of other infrastructure, it is really a topic what can easily extend itself to a lot of things. It serves always something else. I put there New York at night, and that is light. You don't see a single cable, you don't see where the power is coming from, you don't see anything, you just see the light. I mean, this is what infrastructure is doing. You don't see the cables, you don't see anything of it, but in the end, something happens what is really needed to get it done. Usually, it is very technical. And when you talk to architects, then you usually have to say, well, the design part is only 4, 5, 6%, but as soon as the engineers are coming in, then the real work starts. Amounts, volumes, length, and all that kind of stuff, what is in between, I mean, all that kind of thing, and that you can call designing, but engineering designing. I remember when I was really busy at the water supply, we needed to make it was for Casablanca at that moment, to make a whole water supply infrastructure. It was 40 engineers, and only engineers who worked on this. I mean, there was not a town planner, nothing of that. It was only engineering. It is costly. That's a very important item. Infrastructure, and I'm not saying here PVC pipes, but infrastructure is very expensive, especially when you have backbone kind of infrastructure. I mean, you pay easily crores for a few kilometers. And then I'm only talking about the infrastructure itself. And I'm not talking about transformers, and I'm not talking about a desalination plant, and I'm not talking about, I mean, it is really a costly thing. Most of it is completely invisible. I remember I did insurances, and I went to water, and I came in a water company, and I looked at the balance sheet, and then you have an insurance company in mind how a balance sheet should look. And then you look at the balance sheet of a water supply company, and you think, what is going on here? I mean, the amount of assets was gigantic. And then you ask, where are they? It's all underground. It is all gone. It is all, you don't see them. Water tanks underground, pipes underground. I mean, you don't see it. And all those millions are underground. And I remember, you can play a bit with it, that you say, look, if you have a depreciation of 80 years by governmental rules, I come on governmental rules later, if you have a depreciation of 80 years, which is extremely long, and you make it to 90 or 100 years, what happened in that period when I was there, that suddenly your profit explodes. I mean, it is costly, investments are high, depreciation times are very long, and it has gigantic effect on your finances where you're busy with. It is rigid. And underline that word. It is extremely rigid. Not when you have to do a connection. Then you can make a line here and there. But backbones are rigid. And when you have electricity or water or gas or whatever, and you have to follow certain standards where I come, then you cannot deviate from this. And you can, but you pay quite a cost for it, not only in the length, but also finding it back, accessibility, and all that kind of things. Because if in a backbone something goes wrong, half of the city is without power, half of the city is without water, half of the city is without whatever the infrastructure is for. So it is rigid. Although there is a trend of more flexibility, but you see that mainly in the connection, not in the backbones. So that's an important thing to keep in. Then, yeah, I love history, and it doesn't fit here actually. Fantastic history of infrastructure. It should not be here, but somehow I was making it. And I did quite some studies on roads in Roman times, quite some water studies in Egypt and Roman when I was on the university. And what I liked was that Roman concept. I mean, they made a network of roads to whole Europe. And the basic line of thinking was that every point of their empire should be reached in 28 days of marching time. So all the roads were constructed in a kind of way that in a certain time you could reach things. I mean, this is strategic thinking. I'm not saying we should do it. It had mainly a military purpose. But I mean, this is the way you can look at the development of it. Main drivers. Important to know. If you come now close to Auroville, one of the main drivers of infrastructure is growth. If you don't have growth, then you are not so in the need of infrastructure. And it is mass. It makes a big difference if you have 20,000, 50,000, 100,000, 1 million people. It makes a big difference. If you have there 20, there 25, I mean, that's a different world. You need growth and you need mass to develop infrastructure. If you don't have mass and growth, then it is simply too expensive. I remember that in the Netherlands, when I was responsible for the water supply, about 1/3 of the country, that there were whole areas who had their own borewell. And it was especially farmers. To reach a farmer from a water supply company directly was quite a lengthy thing. I mean, you have to go kilometers to find a farm. Suddenly, there was a governmental rule that bore wells were not allowed anymore. So farmers and also the breeding companies or whatever, they were not allowed to use bore well water, their own bore well water, but needed water supply. I remember the investments we had to make to reach all those farms. It was huge. And this is what sometimes happens, that it is not only mass and growth, but also governmental regulations which says what you have to do and how much you have to pay and how much you have to connect. It is not only the mass. Need, of course, and that is, and shortages. It is not so known, but most countries have standards in their water. So when you supply water, and you're in the water supply kind of business, I would not say, but service, then you need to follow certain standards on the quality. The point here is that if you find areas where people have made their own way of supplying, what we see quite a lot in Auroville, that it immediately, because of the most of the time low investments what people do, is that the water quality goes bad very quickly. If you have a PVC pipe and the connection of it lasts 5, 6 or 7 years, after that it starts leaking, not only to the outside, but when you have rain also to the inside. And that is where the quality comes. So the need is ruled, is governmental ruled in a quality standard, what you have to match. And this is where usually a problem comes on a community level. And technology. If you see how much technology infrastructure has digested, techniques of making pipes, techniques of cables, techniques of efficient transformers, techniques of optical fiber, techniques that has a huge growth in all kinds of possibilities. We are doing at the moment things we could not have dreamt of 20, 25 years ago. And it is just connection techniques, it is different kind of materials, it is, I mean, now we can see flow through a pipe of water. A governmental rule is 1 second per meter, and now you have devices where you can exactly see it. There are devices where you can see if there are E. colis in the water. There are devices where you can see exactly what the voltage is of cables. There are devices where you can see exactly how much E. coli and other things are in wastewater. I mean, that's all there now. That was 20, 25 years not the case. Other drivers, not less important, you see, apart from the backbones, a localization. I give you an example. If you have a bore well and you supply water, then usually it is a bore well, then a tower, and then connection, and I mean that is quite a standard thing in Auroville what that works. You can choose that you say, look, we want less bore wells in Auroville. And I think we should make that step. In the Netherlands, I told you, when I had 1/3 of the country, we did it with 49 bore wells. You hear? 3 million people, 49 bore wells. Here we are with 3,000 people, we have 120 bore wells. I mean, it is out of context. It is out of context. And of course, the whole agriculture part is important here. That makes a big difference. But the scale where we work in is far from efficient. But if you see what is happening at the moment in air water, that from the air you can pull water and you can basically on a very local level deliver water. I mean, the machines, you can buy them on Amazon and you have till 1,000 liters a day. You have a bit of an electricity problem, but you see more and more that solar comes in here, that the development of very local making things, that goes on. The same with electricity power. I mean, windmills, solar panels, it is all more localized. That was 20, 25 years not the case. You see that happening. And now the combination starts where you have a local on one side and central and how they fit in. But that are the smart systems. I'll come to that later. Away from fossil, of course, I don't need to say something about it. That is an increase, especially electricity has an important part. Footprints, I do it in plural. More and more we look at what is the total electricity footprint, what is the total water footprint, what is the total carbon footprint, what is the total, I mean, you will be surprised if you buy something in the shop and you ask for the water footprint or the electricity footprint. Usually it is not given, but if you would know how many thousands of liters is needed to make one pot of jam, to make one, I mean, they say we are doing something wrong. Just when you buy a cup, how many liters of water in the whole process is needed to make a cup? I mean, that is something what is coming up at the moment, and we have to think through to make that as low as possible. And it has become increasingly professional. I mean, the engineering agencies on gas, the engineering agencies on optical fibers, the engineering agencies on water, I mean, they are really, really professional, and that is also needed in our time. The present situation in the Auroville context, maybe we zoom now in Auroville. Our residential numbers are small. And of course, I can say something about visitors and guests and about workers and whatever, but in an infrastructure context, we are small. I'm not saying too small, but small. It starts with 20,000, 15, 20,000. That is what you basically. We have large distances. I mean, not only 3,000 are living in one line of forest. No, I mean, it goes all the way around. And of course, it worked like this. When the land was bought, people settled there to take possession of the land and to defend it for encroachment and all that kind of thing. But now that policy or that attitude is working against us in the infrastructure development. I mean, there you need more density. What starts now a bit in residential sector 1 and 2, but it has to increase from an infrastructure point of view. Budgetary constraints. I mean, I told you infrastructure is expensive. So you need money. And if you don't have money, yeah, then you cannot invest in infrastructure. As simple as this. And especially when you look at the water pipes and the high tension cable and the optical fibers, and I mean, it costs a lot of money. And we don't get every year 2-3 crore to invest, because when you start investing, you have to go on. It is not that 1 year you do 2 crore, and then you wait 5 years and then you do something else. But basically what most of the infrastructure companies are doing, that they have their investment plans for the next 5, 6, 7 years, and they plan behind the planning. So they look at what planning is saying, so many houses there, so many companies there, so many farms there, so many, and basically on this they start planning their infrastructure. There are planning constraints. I mean, I wish the DDP was ready. That makes the life of infrastructure people much easier, because then at least you know where what comes. Now we are thinking, yeah, it is residential, but how many? Is it 5,000, 6,000, 7,000? It makes a big difference. Yeah, there are companies, but are those companies using a lot of electricity or not? Or, I mean, it makes a big difference if you have a food processing company or you have an office. I mean, in water and electricity usage, it makes a big difference. And if the DDP is ready, and I'm not saying it will give an answer on everything, but at least a huge attempt is being made now to get that ready, that makes our life, from an infrastructure point of view, much easier. Then at least you can start calculating the capacities and the length and all that kind of things, and that you know where what will come. And preferably in the development that you say, that will be next year, that will be in 2 years, that will be a 5 year, and it doesn't need to be on the month, but that at least you have a bit of a feeling that the pipe has to go there. We are a bit too forestry. Yeah, I don't dare to say, but infrastructure doesn't like trees. I mean, I don't make myself very popular in saying this, I think, but if you want to have a pipe or a road, or you want to have it a bit stretched, and then suddenly you see a tree, and you think, yeah, you can go around it, you can go under, you can over, but why don't we transplant a tree? And most infrastructure is quite flexible, but not the backbones. Not the backbones. Backbones need to be straight.
Sorry about that.
So everything you say can be used against you in a court of law. And we are a bit too organic. That means I'm not against organic. But, let's do it like this, sit together, and then, we can also do it like this, and then it comes to, I mean, it has its own value, but not in infrastructure planning. Infrastructure planning needs a very rigid approach. Otherwise, it doesn't work. Otherwise, it doesn't work. The first one, that in the objectives, and this is not so known, but I really want to bring it forward to you, that infrastructure is never standing on itself. It serves something. And that something has to be defined very well. The better you define it, the better the infrastructure functions. The first thing is that you reach everybody who needs to be reached. And actually that is also the social equality. If I see in Auroville the access to water from Aurovillians, the access to electricity, the access to wastewater, the access to optical fiber, then there are big differences. We are not so social. We are not so in the sense that we take money away from there and put it there to make a good infrastructure for them. We don't do this. We have not a social background. If you really have money, you make a big borewell and then you start giving it to your neighbors. It doesn't work like this. There was in Europe a huge debate about water supply, if that was commercial domain or public domain. France and United Kingdom wanted water supply in a commercial domain. They want to sell for good prices, and they could do cross-selling and they make bottles and all that kind of stuff. And other countries, especially Germany, Netherlands, Belgium, and the northern country, wanted in a public domain because water belonged to everybody. The last one won, and I really say won, because it was a battlefield for 2 years where in the end the Council of Europe say, no, we make it public, to big regret of the other two countries who wanted to make it commercial. I mean, you talk about things like this, because if you make it commercial, you make immediately a cost-benefit analysis for, am I going to supply there, yes or no? And that should, for water and for electricity, never be the case. Also not in Auroville. Be careful. Please be careful here. Quality of output. I have a machine that I put in my electricity, and then I see the fluctuations in the power and the power cuts. Before I came to India, I didn't even know what a power cut was. I cannot remember that I ever seen it. But in India, clock over. And then not 10 minutes, I mean 2 hours. And then luckily I had not a fridge then and all that kind of things. But I mean, this is our basic drive, that we say we deliver, but we have a certain consistency in deliverance, that it not stops every 5 minutes. That is something what the providers should have in their backbones, that they say, look, you deliver it. And you make all your systems and your whole layout of your systems ready that you can deliver it. This is why in most countries the systems are double. Water system, electricity system, they are all double. 24/7, least environment effects, least cost per unit, of course, and then the social. Now, this is called benchmarking. If you have quite well under control your delivery assurance, your quality assurance, your environmental assurance, your cost assurance, that's called a benchmark. And if you have this good on order on the provider, then you're really somewhere. And otherwise, you just do something really not knowing where exactly you are busy with. I come to this later. Process of infrastructure development, well, you have a master plan. There are a lot of things said about infrastructure, especially roads and especially cross sections. Development plan that's made now. Project definitions are coming out of it. And then it comes to the implementation teams to say, like, we one by one, we take the projects out and we start implementing. This is a normal structure of doing it for infrastructure. The functional separation, that is a bit of an in-between. I want just to say something that governmental rules, we have hardly any idea on how deep government is involved in infrastructure. I mean, it is not only regulations, it is not only for safety, it is not only for budgets, it is for a whole line of items that they are stepping into infrastructure. So this is important to know, that every time for the water quality, power accessibility, optical fiber, you see everywhere the government has something to say about it, or it is in giving directives, or it is in the controls and in the safety measurements. Planning, of course, we see in Auroville, we have cut planning and the providers. That is not always everywhere the case. Usually planning and providers go together. Usually water companies, power companies, they have their own planning and they submit their plans to the government and they say yes, and then we have split it. The TDC is here doing the planning part and the providers are doing the execution of the projects and providing the thing. So that's a bit different. It works, but it is a bit different. And here you have a beautiful overview from where we are at this very moment. Roads, we have not so many studies about roads. That is the bell. Which bell is it, the 30 or 35? The 30 bell, okay. Fantastic. We have studies about technicalities of roads, cross sections, all that kind of thing. And actually, if you look at the present situation and the problems what we face in the present crown development, is those studies are insufficient. They take insufficient consideration for especially the water flows. And we know that whole Auroville is on a ridge, so water what falls that has the tendency to follow gravity and go down. And that part is being researched now, and we are waiting for the design of the crown with respect to storm water and other water things. So that is a point what really needs to be integrated. Otherwise, you have roads that flow away, or you have, again, wet feet when you stand on a road. Roads are quite well defined in the master plan. I mean, it is the crown road, it is the radials, ring road, access roads, service roads. I'm not saying that all the positions are exactly pinpoint. That is only for the crown road. The other ones are more or less in the right place. But the master plan gives quite a good direction where those roads need to be. And the big project what we have at the moment at hand is the crown road, but at the moment that stopped because of those green tribunal. Electricity, we did quite a lot of research on electricity, especially on the solar part. If you look at Varuna, especially on the wind part. So that is building up. Those reports are within the TDC, so they are free for access, so please pass by and get them. Master plan There is a master plan for electricity. I saw the presentation of Twan. He gave quite a well expose of what is there. And that looks quite solid. And the basic line is high tension as close as possible, transformers and then connecting. I mean, this is distribution. And why do you do that? Because the losses so low and that you make solar entries possible. I mean, that's the whole thing. So the more solar, the less TDB you need. I mean, that is basically, if you look at the whole power situation, if you look at all the solar we have and the Verona windmills, then basically it is even. That is quite an achievement what we have. Crown cable, they're working on the conversion to 2211. That's quite a story. We have quite an old system in the 22 kV high tension. It has to go to 11. That means that all the transformers have to be replaced now. It's quite a thing. Communities need to be reconnected or connected with the underground cable and more solar power. So they are actually, electricity is quite professional busy there. In the water supply, actually if you see water supply, wastewater, grey water and surface water, we have ton loads of research. And it was Jan, it was Boulico, it is Gilio. I mean, there are a lot of people who have studied water. And it is one of the most complex items also. And you can look at many different kind of ways to water. And what needs to be done from an infrastructure point of view, that you make a plan out of it. So there should be a water supply plan. Yes, it's there. Aqua engineers, Dirk made this. But mainly for the residential zone, not for the other zones. So it is limited in its scope. So that needs to be relooked at. They are busy with the crown distribution and residential zone sector 1 and T. Wastewater, that's a bit of a problem. We have very decentralized wastewater system. Most of them worked quite well. A few not, but most of them work quite well. And we try to increase the volume, centralize a little bit, what we did in Maitreya. That works well, but we have to experiment more. But our main problem there is we don't have a provider. There is nobody who stepped forward and said, look, I'm in charge of wastewater, and I like to organize it. And of course, there is a usage group, and of course, but really engineering and a daily with your fingers on, that it's not there yet, that has to come. Grey water, same as wastewater, I mean, those go together. If you centralize
Why have you separated wastewater and grey water? Because they're essentially the same.
No, it's not the same. Wastewater, what I mean, is that you collect the wastewater from houses, offices, that needs to be treated. And when it is treated, it becomes a grey water that you can use for gardening. That is more or less the definition here.
But grey water is also treated. Like, basically, black water is just what comes from your kitchen, from your toilets, and grey water is from bathing and kitchen.
There are different. I can give you even more definitions, especially when you involve rainwater even here. But the definition, what I follow here is the book definitions, that you have wastewater what you collect, that's treated, and after treatment you call it grey water. That is basically the thing. And the rest is definitions. I mean, we agree quickly that rainwater, when it is mixed with wastewater, that we can call it grey water. I mean,
maybe we can.
There's no disagreement.
We can wait till after the presentation for questions.
Telecom. Actually, GV made quite a plan here. That's taken up by Chandresh. He is developing it now further. So that goes quite well. Here you see the providers. You see road service, electrical service, water service. Wastewater has no provider. Grey water, no provider, except on a decentralized level, that I have to say. And telecom is the telephone service in Orinoco. I mean, it is black and white. You can look differently, but it is mainly like this. Sorry? That is surface water. Yeah, that I didn't put here. There is nobody in charge of stormwater. And that actually, it is a very interesting thing. And I didn't want to mention here for special reasons. Stormwater, We did a huge amount of work of stormwater here in Auroville. Basically, we have managed to have a zero runoff by bunding and by making ponds and all that kind of stuff. But it hardly needed infrastructure till so far. That will come in the future, because if we want to use more rainwater, it will come. And you will see that in the project list it is there. But you're right, I did mention it here. Master plan, I mean, these are the roads what are on the table. Follow mainly the mobility study of Bellinger. There are more studies. I mean, actually there are quite a few studies on mobility, but limited in scope or on a special place or on a special kind of mobility. I mean, they are there, but this is the main one. And the roads done so far, and now something really comes. We have made 1 kilometer of crown road in the last 12 years. It is not a finalized project. We need to do 3 kilometers more. If you see the Verité radial, it is not finished, the Verité radial. I mean, it stops in front of Martina or a little further, and then, I mean, it is not connected to anything yet. It's not ready. Mangalam radial, I mean, it goes all the way up to what we called in the past pony farm, to that bird sanctuary where the road stopped. Perhaps you remember that thing. It is not finished yet. Vikas radial, I mean, it is one of the busiest roads what we have. It stops in front of Maitreya. It is not finished. You see that every road we have made so far is not finalized. And there are a few reasons for it. One, we don't have the lands. That's an important one. Secondly, there are communities who don't want a road through their community, and that's a difficult process. And I mean, if you add up those two, and there are more reasons, but those two reasons make it very difficult. I mean, if you see the Vikas radial, which has to go along Maitreya and then come to the ring road, so the position of the ring road will determine where exactly the Vikas radial will come. Now, as long as we don't have an exact position of the ring road, it will be difficult to connect that road there. But see, we have done quite a few roads, and there is none actually finalized. Sorry. Sorry.
Funding is another reason.
Yeah. Well, that was not in these cases, but it can be a problem. But not in these cases. There were other problems. Water supply, what I said already, a lot of studies, and actually good studies, very interesting studies, from very different aspects, how you can look at water. Some zoom in on the stormwater, some zoom in on borewells, some zoom in on the combination between wastewater and water supply, some zoom in on, I mean, very interesting. If you really have time, then I advise you to look at those documents, especially Gilles Boulico, especially also Dirk, but from a quite a different angle, very helpful in making some. But there is not an overall water plan. That's not there. And actually, we need a kind of an agency who's doing this. So we are busy setting out a process in making a water plan for Auroville, and that will take a bit of time before that all comes together. Community-oriented. The big suppliers are at the moment water service, the silent system, but they have merged, and the Aro model system. I mean, these are the big systems. Together, they take about 65% of the total water supply in Auroville. That's quite a lot already. Although the total volumes, if you look at it, it is not so much. It is mainly still community-oriented, which is fine, it functions, but there are quality problems. And the main projects at the moment in the water is residential sector 1 and 2 and the crown. Wastewater and grey water, I keep my definition. I mean, you see also here Jan, Dirk, Gilles, and I forgot your name, and others. And it is mainly the completion of sector 1 and 2, the main projects here in wastewater. I mean, let's hope that the whole sector 1 and 2 get connected to the wastewater plant and see how it starts functioning, because we need that experience just to continue. Now you get a few pictures of me, and but click your seat belts, because this is actually the best, and this is the power supply. And what you see here is what you see here is where the power comes in, and what you see here is the backbone, the high tension backbone. And this is actually what I said. You need to be rigid, you need to be as straight as possible, but it meanders like anything. And that means that one, the maintenance will be difficult, because whole parts of pipes and cables, you don't know where they are anymore. And secondly, you will see for the future, when you start relaying pipes, it will be more cost, and whole parts will be just lost. And this is why, from our side, from an infrastructure point of view, that make now the roads first, make now the main roads as straight or circular as possible, and from there put your infrastructure in the ground, and after the backbones are there, then you can start connecting in the communities and in the different sectors, and then everything might fall in its place. This is 45, yeah. Water supply, no, that's also, I mean, they did their best, and I was part of it, of doing the best, and I mean, it functions, but it doesn't follow really a plan. It is from, there's a need there, a community doesn't have water anymore, so you connect them, and then there's a borewell collapses there, so you connect them, and I mean, this is a bit the growth. And then you start interconnecting the different ones, and then, I mean, in the end, you end up with something like this. It's mainly, here it is mainly a budgetary problem. This is optical fiber. It's a bit difficult to see, but basically follows electricity. What Chandresh is doing, he walks behind Punuswami and see where trenches are dug. And if he sees the trench, he puts a cable in there. But I'm saying it a bit, not as I should say it, but he has some kind of cleverness in it, in doing it. And he's doing there a good job. I mean, that is what is happening. But the same as what I said about electricity, it meanders too much. It doesn't follow a real standard as it should be. Now, this is telephone. I mean, actually, I didn't even want to show it, because it goes crisscross through everything, and this is actually not how it should be. We need much more planning. I mean, it is, if you spend those kind of amounts, you have to follow a principle. For the next year, the following projects are depicted in the water supply, electrical, wastewater. I don't know if I should go through all of them and tell. I think we don't have the time, but we can do that any moment. But there is quite a lot of projects are planned and are in preparation at the moment. You see electrical, they go from the 11 kV feeders. Water supply is mainly connecting in the residential zone and in the industrial zone. Telecom the same. Roads, that is mainly crown. Main conclusions, and then I end. Infrastructure doesn't follow reality, but follows a plan. You want a reality in 5, 10, or 15 years. You will be surprised that some pipes, some cables are planned for 20 years ahead, because you know there's something is happening. We have the possibility of doing so. Do it now, and don't wait. Those cables and pipes go 100 years. I mean, they stay in the ground and they stay okay. That is usually not the problem. Infrastructure needs to be ahead of reality, because you want to provide everybody power, you want to provide everybody water, you want to provide everybody grey water, you want to provide, so you have to be ahead of it. So when a building is there, it is click, 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 and they can basically, they can go. Infrastructure, and mainly the backbones, they have to follow roads. I mean, there is not a country which doesn't do it. especially in cities. I mean, I know there are distribution pipes through deserts and they don't follow any road, but even there they have done it. I mean, if there is something wrong, it has to be accessible. And accessible means that you know where it is, and accessible means that when you start digging, that you know where the leakage or whatever, that it is there. I mean, it is as simple as this. And if the backbone, something goes wrong, really something goes wrong. Despite our plans of infrastructure and all the documents, we are too much ad hoc. Oh, we can do this. Oh, we can do that. Oh, let's do it. I mean, we are too much ad hoc. It needs to be much more systematic from our table. And parts of the present infrastructure is already lost. I mean, by meandering, by new plans, by knowing you have to relay it, that expensive part is here and there already lost, and that is not a thing. Okay, I think this is more or less it. Way forward, that is all quite simple. I mean, infrastructure needs absolute priority over land use. That means that before anybody says anything, infrastructure comes first. And that sounds a bit dictatorial, but you have to be a bit dictatorial here, otherwise you end up in a mess. We need a yearly constant budget to do it. And that is not, I mean, 20 or 100 crores or something, but just that you can go on. And in the Auroville case, we need better and more expertise. We have, luckily, good expertise, and we fly in expertise. But if you look in the TDC, in the different providers, we need more engineers and high qualified engineers to get those things going. Otherwise, we make mistakes. And the providers need to upgrade. I mean, water, electricity, they need to have good engineers on board. I stop now. This is more or less it. I wanted to say something about benchmark and smarting. The last topic, smarting, is extremely interesting because that is a completely new thing, what is also going in Auroville. But let's do that another time. Yep.
All right. Thank you, Toby. We have some time for questions. Just to remind everyone that we're taking one question per person. We want to try and focus the questions on the presentation. And please indicate to David if you have a question. I will follow his instructions as to who gets the mic.
Your name is?
So, as you mentioned halfway through that, of course, the various Aurovillians who are involved with infrastructure have been basically waiting desperately for a DDP because it would obviously help you to do your work. So I have a question to you as somebody who has been in previous Laveniers, not just the present one, but earlier too. Yeah. Could you, to help Rajesh and so on understand some of, like their task is now to produce a DDP. But, for instance, Luis Fiduci produced the DDP, as far as I'm aware, for sectors 1 and 2 of the residential zone. So could you perhaps speak to the degree to which that did or didn't tick the boxes, or why it wasn't followed, or has it been followed?
It has been followed. Yeah.
It has been followed. Yeah. So that was useful, and you're basically waiting now for an extension of that.
If I say it has been followed, then I'm making a too big step. There were, apart from Fiduci, also other studies, very interesting studies. And the point is that on the TDC table at that moment, we never said, and this is it. So we kept it, and we followed it. And then in every situation, and then you have to see how the process works in the TDC, because we work actually on a kind of application basis. Building comes, small, big, or whatever, and you start processing the building. And then, of course, you look for a site, a place. And then all the plans come on the table for what has been said about this area, this area, this area, and gradually you come to a place. This is how it usually worked. Luckily in the residential zone, sector 1 and 2, a lot of work has been done by different people, so we were not in the blind. We were not in the blind. So yes, Fiduci did work, others did work, and most of it was followed as much as possible. Yeah, absolutely. In the times I was there. I mean, I cannot speak of other moments.
I put your name down because it looked like you were asking something. I wasn't sure if you got an answer to that question. Do you still want to? No. Okay. So then,
Sorry, I have two questions if I'm
a little
allowed
louder,
to do that.
otherwise I cannot hear, please.
They both are connected, please.
word it in a way that it's one question.
Okay, okay. So then, can you go back to that slide which talks about the detailed development plan, but it says something about the electricity, electrical cables.
You say stop.
No, you passed that. No. Okay, go next.
Down?
Next. Here, just wait here.
Yeah.
So first I would like to know, in your talk you just mentioned that you talked about the roads of master plan, and then you said radials and outer ring, we do not know precisely where it's starting, etc. But crown we know.
Yeah.
Because we all are going to work on that next 2-3 weeks, is it possible for TDC to give us the data on the crown that you have, which is the precise
we can
alignments,
no
the dimensions, the surveys, whatever is
no
there?
problem.
Yeah?
So that was question one.
And the other thing here, along the crown, what you see, is the electrical cable done already, or that's in plan?
All the red parts is done.
Sorry?
All the red parts that starts here, all this,
which is not perfect circle,
cable, and
what
also
I see.
here, on the way to Bharat Nivas. Actually, it comes here into.
Right, but that's not perfect circle if I see.
Nee.
Yeah? So the road follows that?
No.
Huh?
No.
Okay.
It follows here and there. Look, in the cable.
And do you know where here and there is where?
Yeah, we know very precise, yes.
Okay. Okay.
Because the high tension cable is, and it has also something to do with the electricity governmental kind of rules, that you have to know exactly where it is.
Which is what you will provide us, right?
Yeah. And I like it to have it as precise as possible. Because we have to give GPS points.
It's okay. Alan is coordinating with Srivastava in Lavanya, and all the plans should already be here. No,
who should be here? I didn't hear.
The various plans.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, Toby. So when we talk about infrastructure, there is, you said the backbone can't be changed. It is very rigid. So that's what that's the message I get.
Yeah, that was the message I want to convey,
Yeah. But looking at the other technologies, how the building technologies and even the infrastructure technologies, even the methods of surveying, how it is advancing day by day, it's really incredible, and we are not able to catch it up. But do you still think, because whenever I see about building buildings, when we talk about building lines of forces, we talk about advanced technologies, building over the canyon and everything. But when we talk about infrastructure, somehow we are coming back to an older section. Like, that this is very rigid, this it should be on either side of the road with, but I don't see why, are we missing to see the advanced technologies that can be adapted, or because it somehow to me feels like we are wanting to be in a comfort zone only when it comes to that thing. Is there any way that we can break it through, and is it because I don't know the nuances of the electricity or those kind of things, so is there a way through, or we say even for 50 more years we will have that rigidity on the backbone?
Yeah, I mean, it's a valid question, and we had exactly the same questions when we were talking with representatives of the youth center and Dakali. because they had different kind of ideas how the infrastructure should be placed. I mean, we have on two sides of the road infrastructure. That is, in our case, needed. Because for the total amount, what you think, what will be the power consumption, what will be the water consumption, what will be, not the wastewater. The wastewater is a different thing that follows gravity, and that doesn't follow roads usually. But it's a completely different thing. I didn't want to mention it here, but it's a different thing. So what we did, I researched what kind of other possibilities there are. And there are a lot of other possibilities. I mean, you can have the infra trenches not horizontal, but vertical. You can have. I mean, you start with water and then electricity, and then, I mean, you make a concrete kind of thing, and you place them like this, and then you talk about a meter, 50 centimeter for this, 50 centimeter for walking, and that's perfect. It is crazy expensive. I made calculations for 1 kilometer, 2 kilometer, 500 meters. It is crazy expensive. Then the idea was, can we do it under the road? Which is possible. But it becomes inaccessible. Some governmental rules don't allow it. I mean, I see especially electricity, they don't allow it. Water supply don't allow it. From government, we can do it, but then there's a violation. So I'm not saying there are no other possibilities, but seeing our density, seeing our development pattern, we have to, our infrastructure is already quite expensive if you see the total amount of people what we have. I mean, mind you, we at the moment, we invest in quite expensive infrastructure for 3,000 people. And of course we say 5 and 10, but nevertheless. So to make it more expensive, and then not in a factor 1 or 2, but factor 3 or 4, that you have those or whatever, is at this very moment not feasible. It's not feasible, not feasible. But there are other possibilities, absolutely.
But it will still not be as expensive as building over the waterways and having roads through the limestone roads.
Yeah, well.
But it is equally expensive. But
when it comes to this, we are staying very rigid. But when the discussion shifts around buildings over, natural features and things, we seem to be a little more flexible. Right? We can find ways around.
Look, let's also not over-exaggerate what is. Sorry, you want me to stand there?
because the sound.
Yeah, but I have to hear the question. My hearing is not so good, so I prefer to be close to the people. Let's not over-exaggerate. We have the crown corridor of the 16.7. I mean, you know how big they are in other cities? I mean, we already brought it back from 25 to 16.7, and it is basically not much. It is not much. And perhaps we can take another 20 centimeters off, but I mean, it is not much. And for the moment, I don't think there are equally costly alternatives than what we have planned for this moment. And I'm talking here, in this case, only about the backbones. When you have connections, it's a different world. Then you follow a footpath, and then you can go to parks. I mean, as long as you mark it properly, it's all fine. But backbones, not.
Okay, we have time for one last question before the break.
Julio.
Yeah, thank you, Toby, for the presentation. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, this is much better for me. Yeah, thank you.
Better? Okay. I have one consideration and one question. The consideration I have is that, and you keep saying that the backbone is rigid. Now, I want to bring an element of reflection here for the architects. It's rigid if we think the usual way. But if we want to do something different, it might be thought in a different way. What I'm talking about. You said yourself, one of the first slides, you were talking about localization. then I look at localization as a solution. Local water sourcing, local energy sourcing, solar panel, decentralized water, rainwater harvesting, recyclable water, and so on, that you don't need a distribution network for that unless you are talking about a neighborhood. Then the backbone becomes only a matter of guaranteeing a backup and eventually sharing the surplus which is in one area and giving it into a different area. Yeah. But this doesn't need to be so rigid. We just have to change our perspective. If we go into localized sourcing, then we might maybe thinking in a different way. And when I look at the list of the infrastructure, you talk about water supply, blah, 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 and grey water, blah, 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 but there is one thing which is absolutely missing. Where are you getting the water from? You are planning for pipes which are virtually empty because you are not planning for collecting water. There is no way, a mention where the water coming from the source is going to be running. How are you going to put water in this distribution pipes? And then my question is, you yourself said the ring road and the radials position is not yet defined.
Not precise.
Now I speak as not as a geologist or as a water researcher. I speak about this as a surveyor. I am also a surveyor, okay? And I find it so crazy that there is no parameters given for surveying and marking. There are no parameters shared. And the risk of what is happening right now, whatever these guys are going to plan, the risk is that if we don't have clear-cut parameters, then whatever they are going to put to design, it will not come exactly in the place where it's supposed to be. So my question is, what is the coordinates of the center of the city? What is the system of coordinates which have to be used in any design? What is the distance? When you draw a circle, you have to give the center and the radius. This is not mentioned on the master plan. I'm sorry. This is not. So this is only mentioned in the sections of the right-of-way. This is mentioned in some ATDC documents which are not shared publicly. This is only for experts. And I understand that this is not yet given to this group of people. So imagine that this group of people is designing, and then tomorrow, because the times are very constrained, this has to go for implementation. How can a surveyor put on the ground what has been designed, sticking to standards, governmental rules and so on, and sticking to the design if there are no parameters fixed for the designers up front and for the surveyors later on? Thank you.
Okay. You want me to address all the points? It's quite a story, actually.
Yeah, maybe just respond to the general question.
General. Well, your first point in the localization, I mentioned that there is a trend in localization. And I gave the example of air, water, and solar panels and all that kind of things. The point here is, and again, from an infrastructure point of view, you need, when you want to provide within the 24/7, within the quality, within all those parameters what are there, you have to have proven technology. Proven technology. You don't want to have maintenance every 24 hours to repair something. So in the local solutions, there is hardly anything what is really in a 24/7. I mean, that is from it doesn't work like this. What I think what will happen is that local will develop and develop more and more. I mean, that we see everywhere. And also that centralized part will develop. And those things are coming together. The beauty you see in the electricity, we have a TNB entrance. We have on the background a Varuna who is wheeling the energy into the system and set it off. And on the other side, we have solar panels which are feeding into the networks. And actually, that's a beautiful combination. That from all the parties, we are here, in that sense, quite neutral in our TDB. So I think there will be a combination. Secondly, about the empty pipes, I hope I don't see it happening, that the pipes are empty. And there are possibilities. I mean, I didn't talk here about desalination because it's a topic in itself I've been busy with for the last 8 years. And somehow there is, again, a momentum in getting through. There are other water resources available here in and near by Auroville what can keep those pipes full. I'm not saying it's the only solution. We said, and you were part of that whole discussion, we go for multi-sourcing. That means that we're going to use rainwater, that means that we're going to use groundwater, that means that we're going to use desalinated water, and the total sum of all those things should be sufficient to give water in an urban context. The surveying part, I'm not sufficiently knowledgeable about this. I tell you, we have Ambu, we have Vinayde in our who know exactly what is the cases with the surveys and how far is that. What I understood is that the Banyan is more or less a center, and different points are taken around, and from that we have a center, and from there we look at all the points, the basic points for the survey. That is my understanding. How it really works in Crown and whatever. Ambu should be here because he can give you much more detailed information than I can give you.
Yeah, maybe we can just keep in mind that you can write down questions and we will send them to Toby and get responses from him on those questions.
And I have to answer them.
You don't have to do it.
Okay.
We will pass them on for sure. And yeah, it is time for tea break, but Omar has half a question.
And he insists.
Yes, Toby, hello. Thank you for the presentation. I think all these presentations again and again show me what we are missing here in Auroville, which we call integrative design processes.
What?
Integrative.
Integrative?
Yes, see, you. I think that's it. My question is.
We also.
Yeah. No. I mean, the discussion between you and Julio clarify that always we need to solve problems, multidisciplinary team around one table. Because if this situation, when the infrastructure look at the ideal situation, which in this case is spreading infrastructure from the edge to the edge of the 16.7, without sitting with the other experts, the water, the bioclimatic, the mobility, it puts us in this situation, which is not your responsibility only. It's the responsibility of all of us who didn't sit enough around that table. For example, the bioclimatic issue, and I did very quick calculation of the 16.7. It's true, it's not very high number. But these numbers in cities are cities for vehicular with high buildings, while in this case you have the height of 2-story high, 2.5-story high, and 16.7 pedestrian, dominantly pedestrian, very little shade, too much pavement, very little solar radiation, so I am expecting high rise of temperature because it goes through 4.4. The water situation, the infrastructure and the street going through park areas in which it should also maintain ecosystem continuity and experience continuity. You have to be able to walk it. So my question is simply, is it too late? I mean, whatever has been done is very little, and it's very imperfect, right? Is it too little? Is it too late for integrative? This is what we're trying to do here, for integrative design processes in which there is a good solution for the infrastructure, but it doesn't harm the environment, doesn't harm the bioclimatic situation, doesn't harm the water, which is the most important. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, we can break for tea. Sorry, I didn't understand that there was a question in there.
There seems to be a hard stop somewhere. Well, especially your first part, I remember we picked up the right-of-way, which is now the 16.7, and we thought, 2 months, it's done. 1.5 years, and we were still busy. If you see how many experts looked at it, from all kind of infrastructure people, mobility people, planning people, they all looked at it and came in the end with this right-of-way. I remember 1.5 years we worked on it. And so it is not something what came out of the air and by 2 technicians it was made, and it didn't work like this. I mean, it is well thought of. That's also why if you start changing that you have to go again through that whole process. I mean, it is quite well. This is actually the point what I wanted to say. The rest will come on the email, because I see you're looking in time and things.
Yes, please, any unanswered questions, please write them down and we will pass them on to Toby.
Thank you.
So now we can break for tea and see you again at 10:30.
But these experts, one of them, for example, was focused on bioclimatic design.
Yeah.
Alors, une chaise, on a une juste là.
They have been consistently working
We are so connected to the DDP very much. Vastu and his team is busy once a week updates, but I'm not in the details of where he's working. I see briefings, I see.
Right now I can't take care of this, but yes we do.
Yeah, infrastructure gives you. Yeah. Backbone. But I talk for him, let him say it. Otherwise I can
Thank you very much.
You're slow enough.
Yeah, because if you remember when you were working on the RZ also, we had this version. We had invited
And there are also transformers.
Yeah, I'll check and take it.
I said a lot more. Yeah, it could always. What I see after the survey I am also immune, so I cannot be vaccinated. And so for me, it's not really killing and so on. Anything I should not do this week. This week, everything. Believe in vaccination, 0.6 years, she didn't faster than or not. But I want to embrace that I just believe I like this thing.
really want to be here. You hardly even see despite panorama and everything and vegetation is very good. So I cannot take this place. So that 25 years I've been in this business and almost half the time I spend here. Good, that's very not good people not. There is I'm going to do the same thing that Julia has been doing. We have to see first, be the specialist, see where we are, do this group, only professionals sitting together and experts. And I'm hoping this job really key. It's because doing this work, only occurs. Because to do this condition, we work 60 hours a day. People will not even believe it, except when the work is doing 6 morning and 1 o'clock for 30 years, cancer with no pay. It's the thing, they will not believe me, you have to make 500 rupees to buy paper to come here. You have to buy your own paper. Minimum of this happens in I would like simply to discuss the conversation with Roger. You of course know me. If I can manage, I will talk finally about the choice of material, right? And whether we should continue and what is the this moment. Maybe Jacqueline, she's here today. No, I don't think so. She was. I can understand she's been managing very well. She started to show. If there's any etiquette, then I'm very well. Yeah, I was planning to come my own food. Okay, great. There's no blocking here. Maybe I was supposed to take every. We have 10 medicine around, so I will have to skip some. Otherwise, I have to take 12 minutes in front of everybody. Okay. We will start. When I start presentation, even with pause, the drawing are made was taking 28 minutes. I was trying to, in order to become, because I know this pregnancy become another tendency sometimes to wander a bit. Here with me for 2 minutes. Yeah, I will be sat here now. Yes.
Just softly say that maybe.
Yes, yes, of course she's excusez-moi. Thanks a lot. Sure. Sure. Shows the kind of thing I cannot stand. I saw.
Thank you. One picture.
Thank you. Yeah. No, I saw Helmut presentations, and that was very important. I saw this presentation. What was this? Okay. C'est les différents, c'est pas le
You know, Nassim she's in my time. Like everything is.
Thanks to this kindness, now there is two
Because Krista is not taking questions. But just to say that the idea from DSF really loved
Where were they from? Did I hear? Okay. This guy is quite enterprising in terms of the variety of snacks he's willing to make. The tea was high sugar.
Okay.
So he did tell them, like, tea
So he's going to go in with the whiteboard.
So if everyone can slowly come back
into the room. We will start shortly.
So from that angle, yeah, sure.
Okay.
All right. So our next presentation is by Christo. Just to say, we won't be taking any questions from this presentation, so please write everything down, and we can then see if we can get some responses on email. So Christo will be presenting on infrastructure studies. Christo has been working in many different countries, in Europe, Africa, South America, and of course in India. Among others, he has collaborated with Roger Anger, Doshiji, David, and Stein. Christo was also the coordinator of the Masterplan 1999. Welcome, Christo. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Oh, yes, I hear myself. Vanakkam. Vasudeva Kutumbakam. Recently, I read a fantastic book I sent to my dear friend Pashi Kapoor, written by an Indian American named Rajiv Malhotra. That book, I would like everybody in Auroville, particularly the youth, from wherever they come, to read this book. And this means the whole world as one family. It's a very ancient Sanskrit saying. Very briefly, in this book, it is explained the difference in the way Easterner and Westerner look at realities in the material world. In Europe, people follow always the rules of black and white, the Aristotle principle. I'll make it short. It's not a philosophy lesson. I'm an engineer and a technician. And in the East, including India, we are talking of Dharma. And there are very different contexts to look at the world, and believe me, we should learn from our differences. Now, I will just mention, it has gone, no, it is here. One of the French philosophers who inspired Chauvinot names was Voltaire. And he's supposed to have said, I do not agree with what you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it. This is 18th century, and when he meant to the death, they really meant to the death. Noblemen, when they have a difference of opinion, they would just duel, okay?
with a sword. And now I start really the presentation. Thank you very much. I am extremely privileged to address myself to Vastu Shilpa people. I'm extremely pleased. I hope it's a final decision that Vastu Shilpa will be involved in the planning of Auroville. I had the privilege to work with Sri Doshiji. I have high regard and a lot of respect for this great man. So this said, I have a short anecdote. When Doshiji visited Auroville, I was asked to receive him and to be present in all. I was in the TDC at that time, in charge of this, that's why I'm here today, in fact, in charge of the planning and development of all infrastructure in Auroville, everything. And then Doshi, during a talk, said, look to me, they said, look, I think you guys are trying to build a silent city. I'm beaming now. I was beaming when I heard that, literally. Because he was the first person, even among my colleagues, who really understood the purpose of building Auroville as the city the Earth need. Not any other city. That's why I've not spent almost half a century here to build any other city. And I will try to explain that today. So a silent city, those who were lucky enough to listen to Helmut, I listened to his presentation. I wanted, in fact, to listen to it before coming here. He's talking about a plan, mobility plan, which is not a plan, by the way. It is a proposal. It was taken back again by Asia Herb in 2005, and it is titled Proposed Mobility. So based on a proposed mobility, we started working. So everything I'm going to say today is based on reports. This is all in writing, okay, which were made between 1999, when the master plan was completed, and 2015, when I finally crashed, okay, of overworked. So I will refer to this report, particularly the dates are interesting. I didn't want to read all the report, we have no time. But I have the documentation. So clearly during the master plan process, who was the client? It's not me, not you. It was the mother. So a deep study of everything the mother said, which now is available in the archives. Mother speaks about Auroville, 2 big volumes, then you know everything you have to know about what this project is, and I believe the planner should read this document first, okay? And go back to the interview of Roger Anger in 1973, that very interview made a person like me come here and join. There was no other reason, okay? I was not an engineer in those days, but I had still a career behind. So, now the topic is infrastructure. It is necessary that when you look at infrastructure, I'm a generalist, okay? I'm the guy, I was a project manager. I was given entire new city blocks to build and stuff like that. And my job was to, in fact, manage everything. It's about 15 companies and everything, do some part of the studies, of course, et cetera, et cetera. So when you look at infrastructure, it's not just the road, it's electricity. Antoine is not here. He did a great work. I read his plan, by the way. Very interesting and very good. So, water, rainwater, harvesting, etc., etc. The Matrimondier Lake is part of the infrastructure. If it is not just, you know, something to part of some decoration, but if it becomes, as we have been studying already in the 90s with Harald Kraft, I was very privileged also to work with him. It has to be useful. Yeah? So I participated in all those studies since the past 25 years. Clear, everything on infrastructure. And I did a few of those studies myself, or commandeered a few of those studies. Now, I read a friend of mine who was here just outside, in an interview given recently, says, sorry, I have a big problem with my eyes, I better, that's the correct one. I have 4 pairs of glass. This made my life unbearable since last year. So the development, that's, I cite someone who is a good friend. Everybody is my friend, in fact, hopefully. The development of the town was stalled for over 20 years, citing trees, environmental and topographical concern. Alors, with the 2 parts, first, I agree, but with the topography, I don't. Okay, clearly I don't. And I have based the whole presentation today on this matter. With example only of the Crown Road. I need to say maybe at this stage, yeah, this was written in 1999. The topographic work is absolute priority. This work must be funded without bargaining any longer. You will understand at the conclusion of this talk why I say that in 1999. So complete the topography work and final checking of all level and benchmark. This now is 10 years later, in 2009. I concur with Toby. What Toby told you is correct. I mean, we have all been suffering of the situation Toby has been describing. Let's be very clear. So, I was told not to talk too much about the past, but a little bit I have, otherwise you won't understand the end, okay? The Crown past history. So, almost that's part of another report, only meant for planners, which is ready, and I will send on request. Almost everybody, at least in Auroville, believes that to build a road or a street is an easy task that can be done by anybody whatsoever. And believe me, I have heard that a lot. Even a banker or a dentist are both my friends. Huh? But is it really so? I'm trying to show you that it is not like that. Okay? So, again, 99, I say, for example, we have to count with a core scale for each kilometer of road. Okay, correct? That's an aspect nobody wants to talk about. We never had any money. Okay? I was telling just before, I had no intention to say that. But you know, when I was working in TDC, I had to beg, really, literally. I was on minimum maintenance to do this work. I had to beg for 500 rupees to pay petrol to go to work. And I had to use a computer which I had to pay for from my minimal maintenance. That's the condition of work most of us have been facing. You need some devotion to go for this sort of, but no regret. So there is no point wasting time to make costly study if report had to remain in drawers gathering dust for ages. Concur with what Toby told you, no? I guess. Before we start this study, we have to be assured that the funds for the planned infrastructure are available or will be forthcoming in a reasonable span of time, 99. And I made a written note 16 years later, it's from another report. These concerns were about the same. In 2011, there is no provision for parking along road and radials. I am asking question. I've been asked to design the Crown Road. I mean, do the calculation, a serious job, okay? And again, I explained on 2011, there is no clarity on any mobility design yet, only proposals. I was shown this drawing, just as an example, to be honest. This drawing, you see what it is, that the final, it took me time to discover where it was, in the 2000 Part 2 report
on mobility, which is a CAD copy of Billinger. Okay, really zero interest. And then I see something like that. You know, this is, and then I do not understand. This, I call it the potato. And I was shown this plan. Believe me, I am in TDC in 2009 or 10 by, I can say, it's not here, by Jacques Blou. Okay? Very proud. That's what we are going to do. I say, okay, then I believe, and I still believe, it needs to be a bit of a relook, and we'll see at the end. It's very important. So, a decision, alors là, for the architect, I have a few points, believe me, many in fact. A decision has never been taken regarding the general or zone-wise plinth level of buildings. Do you know that? Ah no, hein? And I made recommendations that today every architect, this was done 2011 when I made this report, should know about this. When you build any blocks, any building, it's preferably in conjunction to the height, final level of the weighing course of a road. And we discovered 2 points. I did only, of all the road you drive today, what I am responsible with excellent architect, because I'm, engineer, Dirk Nagelschmidt, I want to mention, very brilliant, very, very brilliant engineer. Because we worked together successfully many years. So the plinth level, that's something I guess I have your attention now. Because we discovered in what to modify the weighing course level simply to accommodate the solar kitchen. Imagine the size of the building. You will understand why it was like that. When I did also, I'm responsible for from the roundabout to Mahalakshmi home and beyond, I think. The Gaia Park also I did, and even beyond that Calabul. And the Vikas Radial. Vikas Radial, I'm responsible. We did, Dirk and I did the work. And look at Arati, and I'll come back. Huh? These points are very important. That's your future, huh? I'm talking. Mine is the past now. Okay? So pay attention to this. Every building which is built near and close to a road, obviously, that's a basic plinth level has to be higher. You have seen the rain. I was told, oh, this just, no, this rain is going to stay here. That's another matter. And accordingly, the calculation will have to be modified. And basically, Dirk, I know if he's listening, doesn't exactly agree with me because we took already precautions, and then we looked at the centenary rains, okay? I'm sorry, there's a lot of techniques involved in what I'm saying. I cannot help. You inform yourself after. So when the first stretch of the crown starts, I am supposed to, you know, I'm being in charge of doing this, but some very, very eager people start building the crown road from the solar kitchen, about 30 meters, until Dirk and I intervene, because the crown road is built in this fashion. You see, sorry, I should have written this. This is the west and east, and then this is the same on that side. Matrimondir, everybody recognize. I could never become an architect. I don't know how to make a drawing, okay? I'm very bad at this. But so we have on the ridge, it's a watershed with two slopes, okay? The ridge is about north-south, more or less. So Matrimondir. Then some eager people start building the crown road, and they do it this way. Follow the existing terrain. And I tell you right away, because Helmut was so upset, I refused, and in fact, proposed, Dirk and I, a different drawing. We didn't want this roundabout. Publicly now to the whole world on YouTube, I say I was against the roundabout. And when we say you are against something, you propose something, obviously, which was far better. And for reason I better not say today, but
This was not to happen, and we have to live with a roundabout, which was badly dimensioned, by the way, because even the center had to be redone. So professionally speaking, I don't take this kind of stuff. I want to make it public. It's not me. Okay? Good. I would have not left this room without telling you that. No? Good. So now, yeah, so that is what I've been showing you. No? So, yeah, that is 2009 it happened when this work starts. And by chance, I have, of course, all the correspondence. We inform the working committee. We don't know where to go. So please stop this madness. Let us finish the study. But curiously, you know, that's something, in 1999, I wrote something like, it's a bit after that, but already there was a hurry to build these things. I mentioned it in this report, which will be available, of course, again. I mentioned it, I say, 99, we must do circular road, we must do this. I'm not against it. Huh? In fact, I have tried to do that very much. I'll make proposal for the future, of course, but almost finished. So if we, of course, if we had carried on with this, the road would have been flooded. Now they are flooded, but for a different reason, which you are going to mention. Very important again. Yeah. So the level of road in 2012 will be adjusted because some buildings were already built, say Arati, I mean at the end of Radial, of Vikas Radial, for example. I was there on Monday, just to have a look before I come here, what is happening. I will tell you. So the level of what the Crown Road is today is what it is, okay? But it's fluctuating. Also, you need to know one thing. We never build, normally, we don't build a road also flat like that. I mean, talking of the longitudinal profile, all right? The center of the road. The center of the road, if you want, now I have my wearing course like that, and the road preferably, you know, makes small things, exaggerate. Huh? But there is, for the water flow, is much better solution. So it's not a flat surface normally, could be, huh? Okay, this is a science. Huh? Takes years to study. Sorry, I forgot the microphone. So, so that's how we became involved in the design of the Crown Road, because we saw something which was not okay. And you see, I don't know elsewhere. In the country I was born, I feel more Indian than anything, but the divine chose to get me born there. Not responsible, you ask him. So in that country, there are precise rules. There is laws. If you are an engineer, I always take this example. You walk on a bridge and you see a tiny crack anywhere. And you know that for you, you have the knowledge that this is a very serious matter. It's a half-millimeter crack, but you know what you do. Question to the room. You do what? You carry on walking? No. You have the duty to advise. That's in the law. I mean, at least where I studied, it was like that, and some things they put in your mind, you know, and you are responsible, blah, blah, blah. And it is true. You make a mistake, you can land in a court of law. And I studied law in correspondence to my kind of job, where it is very much useful, by the way. So what happened at that time? Well, that's the best. Now we come to something even more interesting and a catastrophe. So today, the road itself is built, and it's a road. We are still talking of a road. It's about this, okay? You see, I'm sorry, I hope you see, I wanted a much bigger black cover. So
But we have built 4.50 meters. 4.50 meters only. So what I show you here is supposed to be 7 meters, all right? So I have given in writing that person who was in charge of road service said, all this, of course, in a report and interviews. Oh, we will do the full width later. The full width won't be paved yet anyway for a long time. And he was correct. And Aurovillian road developer will simply have to add paver blocks on the inside and the outside. He said it's quite possible, and I replied in that, no. It is. But you make a big mess out of it, all right? Because this curb, if it had been, 4.50 meters, a 9-meter road, basically we had done design and maybe even done a double slope. Maybe, I'm not sure. Speed of vehicle, blah, blah, blah. Parameters to build a road is about, I don't know how many. So that you need to know, any planners need to know that this, what has been built today, I don't know how much you can keep of it. You may have to redo everything. Maybe not. Let's see. Other people ask you the right planner, engineers, they will tell you what to do in this case. But you need to know you will have quite some problem with this. Bien. And this is informed in 2012. You see, I don't write those things just for people to not read it. I'm very sorry. I'm not blaming anyone in the room, obviously. I'm talking to the powers that were. The Crown Road at present. So, alors, very good. We go short, believe me, we're almost through. When we did build this road surface, we, of course, had to take care of the rainwater. So we did some culverts like this, and then we built percolation ponds. All this was calculated carefully, believe me, the distance between the ponds, etc., etc. When, for example, in the Vicas Radial, you have this situation, it was just the road was built, then monsoon started, and of course, Arati got flooded. We discovered rapidly that their mason had blocked this with cement by, okay, and then of course they got flooded. So on Monday I went and I did a drive along the Crown Road and then the Vicas Radial, and I saw that the whole system has not been maintained. That new buildings that have come up have simply just, and I have seen it happening, and it's easy to check because we still have the files. You can go and check everything I say. It has not been maintained. This also was part of my job to say, look, road service, you need to have a budget for this. You have to maintain those things. Twice a year at least. In Guyane, it was done every week. The grass grows 7 centimeters per day. Okay? And the whole system is made like that on roads. Not inside the city, I'll come to it. And it rains 4 meters. Good. So, yeah, I saw that the fact that the road will have to be realigned to 7 meters is a good opportunity to come to a proper drawing. For me, it's a challenge for engineers. Wow, very happy to hear that. Good work. Our questions now. Is the crown circular? And here starts the sad story, really, in a way. From my point of view, in 2012, all the elements were there to prevent what has happened recently. Could have been easily prevented. But it's not the purpose of this meeting to explain why. I just hint at this. I'm not judging anything. I don't care. I'm always looking at the future and always looking at solutions.
That's very clear. That's the only thing I'm interested. I'm never, in my profession, you will see what follows, we are never for or against something. We are there to help the realization of something in harmony with everybody, listening to everything. There is no pro and cons. There are only people working together to make something happen. That's my way of proposing how to work. So after the cyclone, one forgot his name, destroyed about 40% of, 40 and someplace more, of the plantation of trees in Auroville. People were quite, there is also context in what happens there. That's why I had not planned to mention this, but briefly, people who planted trees who had done it for 50 years, they were sad, you see, well, you know. So cutting a few trees was a very sensible matter at that time. But we had to go on with the crown roads. That was our job. So we had a meeting because people wanted to, the green people, I mean, I could say I am also a green guy, very, very much, by the way, very much. I have become one, okay? So the discussion is about the circular and the right-of-way. I will come to this right-of-way later. So we are discussing whether we carry on with our road, cutting the trees on both sides, which are necessary for the 16.7 meter. In fact, Toby is correct. Also, I remember him saying that just now in his presentation. It has taken many, many years and intervention of many people. It was not only me, of course. I have been always trying to build a team with others. Cannot do everything. So we try to build a consensus on the right-of-way. I brought, for example, all the norms. I have still there. Everything I could. I brought files from South America to Auroville. Imagine the cost of project I have been managing. So we had reference. It was very useful. I had maps, I had calculation, everything. All the, by the way, all the cross-section you see in the master plan is based on material I provided for the small history, whatever. So, and then we had this discussion, for example, with Dirk, because I studied in Germany also and I worked there. There was a small difference, you know, whether to put the cable at this depth, etc., etc., etc. But finally, yes, 16 meters was not so much, and depends where you talk. For example, I really was very much liking the Roger. This is what the road service is now presently asked to do. I got it recently from my friend at the road service, okay? It's not a secret document. That's the Roger section. And the Roger section, I won't discuss today, has many advantages, okay? And I work with him also on this, and a part of it at least. So 16 meters 70 is not a big deal, all right? But there are ways to do the infrastructure maybe better than they are done today. And we come that soon. I have time? How much time I have?
You have 20 minutes.
Oh, whew. Very good. I'll make it to the end, hopefully, if I not collapse before. So, but you know, so some compromises are about to be made. Even road service say, let's make some diversion, etc. I say, no, no, no. No, no, no. It has to be a circle. It has to be a circle. And why? Because in one of the old versions, there is a tram. And if there is something that you really don't know, if there is something that was uniting the green people and the city planner, it was the tram. Ah, you don't know that. Yes, they were in rave even. They had started to make some experiment. They put their money in rails, etc. So I was explaining, I say, at that time, yes, if we want an electric tram, I was hoping it was, for example, the curves cannot be too sharp. It has to be a circle. Depends what you want. Now I'm told maybe no tram. And here a small note. I don't like trams. I would have never advised to build a tram in Auroville, Billinger or not. But, and that's the difference. If the divines tell me there has to be a tram in Auroville, I mean, through the voice of the ignorance, then I will build a tram. That's the point. And then I concluded, it's 2012, 10 years. We didn't cut the trees. I myself had twice almost an accident in this barrier around these two kaya. And I knew it would happen, but it also nearly because of my eyesight, I had problems. I'm not happy still. It's one of the worst meetings I attended in Auroville when this decision was taken. And then I explained, saving these three trees means we are going to have to cut many other ones. The infrastructure will take a totally different route, and we will have to clear it. And then it was told by Helmut something very important. He says the infrastructures have to be going the shortest way possible. Why? Simply cost. You see, in everything we do, even in Auroville, you have to consider cost. You have to consider long-term cost, like maintenances, like I say. We are unable to maintain even a simple channel, water storm. Sorry, I mean, I am a question. I hope there will be answered soon by someone. 25 years I am asking those questions, and nobody answers. Thank you. Okay, so, what about the land? Again, we are in 99. The most important criteria for opening any road is that the land on which the road is planned is fully owned by Auroville. 99, obvious, it's obvious. At the moment, there are plans to open the Crown Road, as that was there. At the moment, there are plans to open the Crown Road at all costs, despite the fact that some of the land across its path is not in Auroville ownership. I didn't even remember writing those things. By the way, all this report I have dug now in hope someone will maybe listen. I come to the present time in 30 seconds, and I'll make some proposal. The plan calls for circumventing these plots. Obviously, by doing so, the value of this plot will immediately increase. And by the way, the underground cable, HT cable, has circumvented all those plots, adding to the cost. That's clear. That's a fact. I'm sorry. I don't talk fairy here. Hard facts. Now, what type of traffic? Back to Billinger and Helmut. 99. Interestingly, as this report was in progress, that's the one I'm talking. The 99 report is something. The development group received a letter from a resident questioning the implication for Auroville development of the ever-increasing number of four-wheelers owned by Aurovillians. A serious study was made. We hired a student. We made traffic study, which is one thing that, of course, I mentioned for the future. You have now to redo the entire traffic studies, complete. I still have the Excel file. If you want, you'll get it free. So, so the letter started a debate in this community. It was a widely followed debate. So listen, because it will happen again. It's already happening. And again, shows that how the matter of choice will influence our decision process in the field of infrastructure. Again, the same. Technically speaking, if we respect Mother visions for Auroville, there should be no polluting vehicle in the township. This would include motorcycles. And I was using one, of course, to do my work. Shallow oil resists the pressure of the individualistic minded and evolve a policy regarding private ownership of cars, or let it be, and have to design its roads infrastructure to accommodate such traffic. The Billinger report is not on the table when these lines are written. This would mean to design the town with parking space, the good business, I tell you, good business. And build the road to take care of the pollution, the noise, the fume, etc. And again, I was surprised. What of the villagers, how private our roads will be? And now we know. So, now I'm almost through, hopefully. Sorry. Now the future. So we had rather speak of a street, not a road. Really, this vocabulary must change once for all if we have to come to some meaningful agreement. Okay? We built a street. And by building a street, we invite more compact infrastructure, by the way, and on models which were already, what I'm going to show you, were proposed already, as I say, already in the early 2000s. When I proposed those models, I was told, paisa il est, the usual refrain in Auroville, there is no money, blah, 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 no money, no money. You know, before the first 20 or so years I worked in Auroville, I was building houses for people. I was building the school where your kids are today studying, or my grandchildren, born in Auroville, like my daughter. And to my clients, I hate the word in Auroville, I hate it. They wanted always a cheap, you know, oh, put me these tiles, they cost 2 paisa less, and then do this cheap paint. I say, yes, but you're going to spend a lot more money in maintenance over the years. I built your house to last a lifetime. Oh, no, do it cheap. And then, of course, I had to come back with my workers and say, okay, thank you very much. In the meantime, the price had increased, something like inflation. So, wish list, I came with my wish list today. Thank you for the opportunity. So, this model, when you build a road, a street now, I speak of a street, we have the opportunity to redo the whole thing. Okay, what we can say, we will. And the pavers we can save, by the way. That was one the idea. This is a slope, and then you have a different type of curbs here. And the water will flow. Now, I know immediately what you are going to tell me, yeah, but still, there will be intermediate stages. I come back already. There's always phases in a war. This is always forgotten. 50,000, no, phase, okay? 50 years, 3,500. You planning with phases. So we can keep the same system of channel and percolation pit for the time being, by the way, with this. We simply, on the top, at calculated distance, we have to remove some curves and the water will go. Very simple. Can be done, huh? No big deal, because expect. The thing you have to calculate is this, very important. When heavy rain, that the water does not stay here. But later on, for me, this would be only one phase. When we have little money, let's do that at least. But whichever phase you do in this business, you don't have to reduce everything. Okay, this I never proposed solution like that. My first job when I was 20, I was economist of construction. Started with this, how it costs, blah, blah. So now wish list. I also wrote the brief, I have to come to this, for the first wastewater treatment plant in Auroville. In 1999, I had already, before I even did the studies, detailed study of all 99%. I send it to you, by the way, the study of the wastewater treatment plants in Auroville. I could see that they were taking too much space, for example, in the blocks that had to be developed for habitations. And they were not functioning. So I prepared a brief, and in 1999, I had said, I didn't know I would do this, that was one thing that had to be done. And I will insist, I wrote to Tuan recently, I say, the right of way for the underground piping to the wastewater plant and the location of the wastewater plant, which I know where they have to be already. That I can explain, not today. Has to be marked now to avoid a redone of the catastrophic things that has been done. My brief has not been respected by the engineer that were supposed to do it. And that's a different conversation, but one day, believe me, this will become a fact for the community to know what did happen. So, wastewater, usually placed under the road. You save a lot of space, easy. Huh? Normally there is, so far, if someone has different information, there is only one risk for this pipe. There are dimensions for a certain number of people. That work I was been doing was for residential zone 1 and 2, 5,000 people. Of course, for decommissioning the wastewater plant in phases. This is also for 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, etc. This has been also done. Normally, they have done what I wanted. So normally it is done. As I said, the Vicas Radial, I was responsible, but due to a phenomena which was linked to the grant from the Ministry of Human Resources. For many years, the roads were built with grants from the Ministry of Human Resources. Until, and rightfully, a CAG, I was still reading the newspaper in those days, there was, you know what I'm talking, huh? The General Accountant of India looked into it, say, why you should do this. So, because of the grant for the Vical Radial came first, we built the road first. And in the meantime, I was preparing the study for the wastewater. And then what finally happened, we built the road and we put the wastewater pipe there, and not even according to my specification. As I say, I will one day show the documentation about this. So first recommendation, and I was told by Tuan there will be no pipes under the Crown Road. I'm sorry, but I know otherwise, because even sick, I have never stopped working on this plan, even now and for the past 6, 7 years. I have never. That's why I'm here today, probably last time. So I was already 10 years ago, as I said, saying, look, I had difficulty to find the exact name. They are called precast concrete ducting for cable and true. Available in India, India Mart. India Mart, $500 a piece, depending on size, huh? Okay? They manufacture all you want. I would have rather, like the pavers, make sure that also was a proposal was accepted, at least they are manufactured in Auroville. Okay? Cheaper. Can do this. And then you manufacture pavers, they are not doing, they should, and you sell them outside, you make a business. This was also a proposal I made. Economy of construction. So same thing. You make this, you will see Pondy will adopt it. Okay? I am almost finished. I will make it. I have my things. I have come to my conclusion. Thank you very much. I'm over. Where is the conclusion? Yeah, I have something nice to say, but I forgot. Yes. Two things. This came just during a meditation. I have now more time for the inner work. I'm very happy about that. So, you see, recently I hear people say, they, we, no, we, they. I believe that the pronoun they, the pronoun, okay, will disappear from the Auroville language. Because it's not possible. It can be only we, not they. Who are they? Some outside force, some enemies. I don't know. I have no idea. But we, this is something I understand. This is why I'm thanking you for giving me the opportunity to, inviting me, in fact, to come and say these few things. Oh, I had 4 recommendations to make, but I will first say that. I wanted to finish, but I have to make those recommendations. It's very short. It will take 1.5 minutes. This is an aphorism from Sri Aurobindo, my guru. Aphorism 328. There is nothing small in God's eyes. Let there be nothing small in dying. He bestows as much labor of divine energy on the formation of a shell as on the building of an empire. For thyself, it is greater to be a good shoemaker than a luxurious and incompetent king. And very short. May I be given 2 minutes? No more. Otherwise, I would not be too happy. So this presentation focused mainly on the Crown Street because I believe it's the focus at the moment. I will make 2 assertions. They are not assertions, they are facts, which are, of course, as I said, the entire things I've sent is backed by documents I'm extremely willing to share. I would like a relook by whoever is in charge today of a plan made on behalf of FAMC and Working Committee. I was in L'Avenir at that time, and that fall on my table. It was part of the problem, and we had to find a solution for the use of all fallow land to be revisited. They were concerned that all this land is, it was encroached and everything. So I will not dispute the merit of this plan. It was calling for planting trees and doing bunding everywhere. At the same time, the right-of-way would have had to be marked for everything. That was the plan. I, in a letter private to Tuan, again say why right-of-way is right. Huh? I'm sorry, wherever I worked, you have the land, the right-of-way has been marked, there are plots, you know where the streets, the blocks, everything is there. So that's absolutely. And then infrastructure starts. And then the roads. In this order, not the way we are doing it. So it would have many advantages. I have no time to discuss this plan, unfortunately, and it was not the intention, but I mentioned this is a determining factor in what has happened. Definitely, we have the proof. Now, all reports I wrote in 20 years, they call for the same thing. And in fact, the remark I just made called for this. Then you understand why it didn't happen. All reports call for interdisciplinary bodies constituted of any order. Hein? TDC, BCC, AVC. Alors là, for all those not familiar with this, but those who understand, FAMC, Working Committee, and Auroville Foundation. I went so far as to propose many times a twice-yearly conference on development, planning, where everybody was represented, mainly the guys with the money, and the Auroville Foundation as facilitators. Never happened. Sorry, should have happened. And it must happen now. Otherwise, you go nowhere. You'll keep on fighting with they or we or whatever. We are really short. And what about the village of the region? Or I make something I didn't know I would say today. But I heard Helmut mention how many workers in Auroville when we are 50,000. Then I reminded something I said at the beginning. The mother gave us guidelines how to build this city and how to live in it, etc. And one thing she said, everybody forgot except Paulette, that the city had to be built by the Aurovillian. And only, you can check what I say, huh? Okay? It's written by her. By her, sorry. It has been written, we should have built the city with our own hands. And we started. My generation, the pioneer, we just did that. She said we should hire workers only when there were absolutely no other way. Okay? So this is explain things. I don't see 50,000 workers in the future of Auroville. But again, this is not a question that the planner have to answer. What type of city? I never was in favor of letting anybody buy a car in Auroville. I have money, I buy a car. What sort of life is this? What message does it send? Again, question, I believe needs to be considered in view of the last sentence. I recommend to rename the Crown Road either as Crown Street, if you want. It's a street. When Helmut tell you, you know, the stretch we built, the 200 meters, 3 weeks later, people were begging us, build speed breakers, the kids at night, they drive. Yeah. So you built a circular piece like that, and you have the Formula One of Auroville, like 24 Du Mans, or, you know, yes. And I don't like cars, so particularly the noisy one. Okay? So I would call it a street, make it a street, make it happen, all right? Transportation of village, I will explain this. This is easy to solve without having them to cross. We can do. I did study for Maroma exactly on that for their new factory. So call it Street of Unity. That would be a great name. That's my proposal. I was waiting for people to... Street of Unity. Thank you very much. Namaste and good work. I have nothing much to say, just one thing. For those who I'm not answering questions, I have to go home. I am exhausted. Thank you very much. You have been very attentive. I appreciate. And I wish you all the whatever. If I can collaborate, I have already since months. The interview I gave was in early November for Auroville Today. Okay? It was not, I didn't know these terrible things would happen. I had no idea. Thanks a lot. I am vacating. Please start.
Thank you, Christo.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, and for everyone, whoever has questions to Christo, please write them down and we will pass them on to him. I think we have 2 minutes to stretch out our legs a little, and then we will hear from Suhasini. Thank you.
two, 1, 2. We had problems, but we recorded with the cameras. Everything is on. Is not the same like online, and it will be.
Because I wanted to send a link, and then I just looked at it and it was because there's a picture and then there's this flashing lights, and then again, and I just kept fast forwarding and it's throughout the presentation.
Yes, because after a while we had this problem.
But it's not there in Glenn's presentation.
Because it was before.
And it's not there in Mona's presentation.
No, it was after a while it started and it never stopped.
Mona's it's not there. So only I was the unlucky one.
No, another.
Mona, I watched that. Nothing's there.
Sometimes.
Because I needed to send a link and then I looked at it and I said, people cannot look at this presentation, so I told them forget it, I didn't present. No, you don't understand. I'm just telling you, this is what happened, there's nothing to be done, I don't need an explanation if we cannot be fixed.
It can be fixed. It can
when
be
it's
fixed,
you let me know so that I send the links. That's all. Yes.
I love it. Yeah, exactly.
It's not here to coordinate with
One, two.
I've already seen this. This is the rerun of the set. You've already seen this movie. This one I'm seeing right now. Go back to the scarring memory.
Yeah, sometimes you start losing hope.
This is what we call discipline. You never go back to benefit from it.
One, two. Hey, 1, 2. Yes.
I have a stepdaughter. She's here. Don't have experience. Expect marriage.
I think the secret is the area.
One is overactive, because that was a phenomenon.
But the thing is, they stay
I know.
That's one of my projects.
I mean, the friendship they create.
Exactly. Auroville version.
Otherwise, how will we Bangal laminate and we need also that lighting?
It's unofficially there. Barker Rasta जो है ना, along with it, it's part of the globally used. That one, that's what yeah, there there's at one point they insisted on making a cycle path, which is outside the fence there, which nobody uses because that's where the alcoholics and the entire strip which was opened up. If you can't see, it's so full of garbage and when I speak about it and I imagine it, I have this incredible capacity to visualize it as a restaurant. And then it gives me this thing. Because when I just said it and I wrote that track, it's just too it's outside.
Yeah, you want to just check in a second.
You're dressed in my pajamas,
Okay, so if everyone can come back into the room and take your seats. Okay, so our last speaker of the morning, back from yesterday, is Suhasini. This time she's going to be talking us through the development priorities and directions for growth for Auroville, work that was recently done with her and the team on the board. As Sophie just said, apologies from us if some of the slides are not perfect. There's some issue between the machine and the slides. So thank you, Suhasini.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm not going to run through the entire presentation as we are already starting late. And I don't think it's very interesting to get into too many details because it'll encourage you people to read the report. Okay? So this is a follow-up of one of the other works that I presented yesterday, which was a land suitability analysis. And we took this up in 2019. So it was with the TDC of that time. We had a work order. Okay, nothing happens. Okay. So why did we do this? This was one of the questions that somebody asked last time. So I put this in today. Why do we need to identify our development priorities and set directions for growth? To prepare a detailed development plan with projects and annual budgets, you need two things. You need development policies and programs, and you need an urban plan with development controls and regulations. Without these two, you're not going to be able to do a DDP. But to have development policies and programs, you need to know what is your priority and what direction you want to develop. And to be able to do development controls and regulation,
you need a perspective plan, which we have, and you need a land use plan, which has a legal statutory body, which was the study that we showed yesterday.
See nothing? Are you pressing the down button or the up?
The pointer works.
Okay, I don't
Ah, it's did it. Okay. So, how did we, I need to change glasses or I need to lean back. Anyway, how do we identify development priorities and growth? So first is that you take up a predetermined time frame of the past. So we did that we said we'll take up 2008 to 18. And we correlate the population growth and demographics to key sectors like the economy, basic needs, and social amenities. And using the baseline, we will identify where are our gaps. And with the projection of the population, we will know where we need to prioritize development. And the second thing is, of course, the directions of growth, which would be the framework based on the master plan and the galaxy concept and our priorities. This will enable the planners and the local bodies to prepare a development plan which has policies, programs, and projects embedded in it. So the study status and timeline in January 2018, we prepared and submitted. We did that in 2018, Jan 2018. We finished the study. No, we made the submission, sorry. And then the MOU was signed in March 2019. So there was a little bit of a time lag between when we asked to do the study and when we were enabled to do the study. And the major part of the work of the data collection analysis was done by me, Harini, Manas, Vikram, and Martin Scheffler from that. But we had a big support team of people like Induja, Mode, and others. Without them, we couldn't have done it. And when the first part of the study was ready, we had a focus group of experts and persons from various fields and sectors of Auroville who were asked to give their opinion and input. So that happened in Jan 2020. So for over a period of 15 months, we worked on the study, and then we had the first focus group. Then we did, between Jan and October, we had a gap because of COVID and all these other things. So from October 2020 till March 2021, we did a series of consultations with education, housing, energy, economy, health, water, Lavanir, and Auroville Council. And after each consultation, we would get written inputs from them with questionnaires and other things that we collated and integrated into the study. And then the idea was that in February, we would have the presentation to the RA to show them what was emerging, which never happened. And then we would release the proposal, the study, which never happened, for the same reasons that the land use study didn't happen. So I'm going to just run through a few things like population growth. Now, it was very difficult for us to get data on Auroville population, because sometimes the resident service was overwriting on the same Excel sheet. Sometimes dead people were still retained. Sometimes live people were put into the wrong category. So it took us several months to go through their data. And finally, only from 2011 to 2019, we could have our population data that was more or less accurate. 2007, 8, 9, we could not because there was too much confusion. So we looked at from 11 to 18 what was the population. We realized that 2008, 1,741, 2018, 2,943. The decadal growth rate was 70%. Then we said, okay, if we say business as usual, nothing changes in Auroville, we continue the way we are, where will we be in 2028? But if we would align a few measures like our policies and programs, where would we reach in 2028? And if we say, no, everything is perfect and ideal in Auroville, but we take only our carrying capacity into account, which is both socioeconomic and cultural, because we took 7% growth rate as a carrying capacity for one simple reason. That means every 10 years you would double your population. That means in 2028, every second person has been in Auroville less than 10 years. Living in a community where most of our regulations are actually by precedence and not written down, if you want to have a functioning community which has its social capital remaining intact, you cannot have more than 50% of the population here which has been here less than 10 years. So we then said, okay, 7% growth rate is where we cut off so that we still have a socio-economic carrying capacity that is in tune with our cultural carrying capacity. I don't know if I made sense, but it's okay. Then we looked at various sectors in terms of just the figures. We looked at master plan. The Master Plan 2025 said that by 2010 we will be 15,000 people, and by 2025, that is in 3 years, we will be 50,000 people. And most of the Section 2 and Section 3 had taken this as a given and worked on it, which means that we would have 156% decadal growth rate. Okay? Then we looked at another thing that was published in 2004, which was Master Plan Directions for Growth, which was the kind of study we were trying to take up again. And they had said by 2008 we will be 5,000 people, and again by 2025 we will be 50,000 people. But they had taken a decadal growth rate of 529%. But actually what happened in the 10 years of 2008 to 2018 is that we had a 70% growth rate. In 0 to 20 years, we had quite a good growth rate of 190%, which when you look at it, no, sorry, not that. Which you look at this with that, it's not so amazing, but this could be because fertility rate in Auroville went up also, okay? It will be as simple as that, because 0 to 20 years are people who are dependent. You are investing in them in terms of care, education, social, and healthcare. So this is not the productive population. And 20 to 65 years, our decadal growth rate was 63%, and 65 and above, which is again a population that needs investment that you can't get too much out of. Then we looked at data from various areas like energy, from prosperity, from the budgets of different things that goes in from the central fund into Auroville, like where the investment was, and the GOI grants. And so we looked at where was the maximum growth rate and where the growth rate fell down and fell through. This is not very interesting in terms of finer debate points, because like if you look at 2,000% here, it's because maybe, you know, if you have one person and then in 10 years you have 2 people, it becomes 100% growth rate, okay? So this is only interesting in the overall picture of how Auroville has developed during those 10 years. So we then looked at the 3 different sectors, which is the economy, the social amenities, and the infrastructure. And I'm just going to give you only certain part of the economy thing. We looked at 3 different things. We looked at the net value added. What is net value added? So suppose I run a company which has a turnover of 100 rupees this year. And after I have paid my taxes and other things, after I have paid my expenditure of the suppliers and other thing, I still have 70 rupees. But I have not yet paid my salaries, because that is value addition. Employment of people is value addition. Investment into the tools and machinery is value addition. So value addition is basically the value that you add in terms of human capital and assets. So we looked at, after paying for the work done, what is the value added in Auroville's economy by all the different economic activities, which means the units, the services, the central fund, and also the other activities that are just going out and doing consultancies and stuff like that. So when we looked at the net value added, there is a gradual growth rate. But when we look at surplus, before contribution, you see that it's actually almost stable. So that means the profitability of our economic sector in terms of just, how do you say, capital generated after you pay off everything is not changing so much. But then, so with Harini, we set up certain standards where you said if it is less than 25, it's low, 0.25, 2.5 is moderate, and over 0.5 is high. And we looked at employment also, how much employment was created, and here we did not look at the employment generated in the local area, but actually employment generated within Auroville in terms of maintenances and number of Aurovillians employed. And the previous slide was only the units which are commercial, and this one is commercial plus service sector, taking into account also the central fund. So projecting based on 2008 to 2018, we wanted to see what would be the percentage of increase of population that can be absorbed in our income generating units so that we can pay for the development of the city by having livelihood that has a certain impact in terms of economy. I can see from the faces that they're glazing over, so I'm going to jump on this. And so we looked at the commercial sectors, employment, productivity. So here, for example, that's one of the things that we discovered when we were doing it. I mean, I discovered at least that I cannot compare the data of Auroville to the data of this country, which would be the best thing to do, because the way activities are clubbed by our FAMC and others is not the same way that the activities are clubbed under the Indian economic thing. For some reason, architecture and construction is synonymous. Construction is a completely different sector. Architecture is in a completely different sector when you look at India and the world. But in Auroville, to make it simple for us spiritual beings, we say they are one and the same, okay? So we can't even look at what's happening. And we also look at the fact that most people have this thing that architecture and construction is a huge money-making business. So we looked at it in the sense of what is happening, and we realize that it is actually has a ratio of surplus to net value added is in the sector of low. In reality, it's not even medium. The net value added to surplus in architecture and construction is pretty low in Auroville. Employment generated also is kind of, not so great. And engineering and electronics, eateries was one that was doing very well, and guest houses, okay? But that was because between 2008 and 2018, Pondicherry tourism took off really well. They actually invested a lot in it, and we had a spillover from their planning that benefited us. And handicrafts with Maroma and handicrafts without Maroma, because it's a huge difference. Which one you want to see? This is handicrafts, and this is handicrafts without Maroma, but this is with Maroma, okay? I'm going to skip on this. So I'm going to try to focus only on the output and not on all the statistics as far as we go. So when we had then the analysis by the team that was engaged in doing the study, well, the few outputs that came up was the ratio of surplus generated to net value is low to moderate in almost all sectors, okay? And employment of Aurovillians in commercial unit is not in proportion to the population growth. So our population growth is much higher than the employment generated for the Aurovillians. There's a lack of access to capital and limited developed sites, and it's a very tedious procedure to obtain building permissions, which prevents expansion of existing units and discourages startup. There's a lack of legal and administrative support to meet the required regulatory conditions, which is actually affecting a lot of units because people start units because they have a certain creativity, they have a certain elan, and they're innovative, but they're also asked to do a lot of other peripheral things that they have no clue about. And they get overwhelmed with their GST and their labor thing and other thing. So they do not want to grow, because they realize the more they grow here, the more they're going to be caught spending most of their time in that. So a lot of units in Auroville are 2-3% units, and they want to remain there, which is a pity. And financial aid for supported skill development is missing. And there's a lack of sufficient housing stock for Aurovillians, non-Aurovillians, which is an impediment to engaging service. Then we had the focus group discussions, which the output was, these are the main people who participated and kind of steered it. Encourage economic development for income generation, development in tourism, food and knowledge, and access to capital and HR development, especially with shared spaces as incubators to promote economic development. So we put all that together, where we had an output from the working groups which are involved in economy in Auroville, which is FAMC, BCC, Working Committee, ABC, ABS, GI Group, and all that. And they had their inputs. And based on the 3 levels of consultation, we came up with what needs to be the policy that needs to be integrated or embedded into our economic development, and the kind of programs that should be taken up to put these policies into practice, and the kind of projects that would be embedded within these programs. Okay? So we did that with water. Water was a very difficult area to get data because of variations. Some of the wells have pumps which are inefficient. Some of the wells which have, don't even have a metering, but either for energy or for how much water is put out. Some of them bill based on timing. Some of them bill based on energy. So all we could do was take up the major wells in the city area with the help of AVS, where we were sure about the pumping data that was correlated to the energy data, and looked at where was the growth. So if you look at this, the low consumption is green, that is 0 to 500 kilowatt hours, and then we medium and high, and then looked at in 2018 what was the consumption of energy. So in some areas the consumption went higher, and we can only assume that it's because there was more development in those areas, and then we correlated it to look at with Google Maps if there were more buildings and other things. Some places, yes, there was more development, but in some places, amazingly, there was not so much development, like for example here. But we don't know why the consumption went up. Nobody could explain. So there are things like that. So we then looked at actual consumption per capita for water related from energy, how it would grow in 10 years if we didn't do any changes, and how we can actually control the consumption if we would adopt certain sustainable policies. Water study group, we came up with this as our output of our study. Then we had focus group discussions with these people, and they gave their output. And then we had consultation with the working groups that are involved in water management in Auroville, and they gave their input, and then we came up with policies, programs, and projects for water. Similarly, we did for energy within the city area, and looked at our energy consumption, projection for energy consumption, what needs to be put into place in terms of sustainable measures, output of the study, output of the focus group, output of the consultation with the working groups, and policies, programs, and projects for energy. Health, similarly, we did that for both the health center and for Sante. Looked at doctor-nurse patient, patient to doctor-nurse ratio using WHO standards, and looked at the management and social structure to support our health services, to deal with epidemics, disasters, and other things. And the health fund, what is happening with the health fund, where are the gaps? And this was quite interesting because the health fund is actually a one-person show. We are all sitting here in the room, very confident that we will be taken care of when we are sick. But actually, it's a one-person show. A mother with 3 children is running our health fund, okay? Plus doing 2 other jobs. And she's amazing. She could always find time to help us with the data. And there's Nico, who just enters the bills into thing. One of the things that we found is that the contribution to expenditure margin is not sustainable. But we cannot go higher with the contribution because our maintenances in real value compared to 2008, the maintenances of Aurovillians have dropped almost 20% by 2018. So the purchasing power parity of the maintenance that we were getting in 2008 was buying us 20% more than what it was buying us in 2018. Okay? So actually we were living with a lower maintenance by 2018 in Auroville. So there was no question of paying higher health fund. And we also found out that the data entry of the bills was not correlated to the type of medical intervention. So we didn't know who was having chronic issues, who was having just accidents, who was, no idea. So we can't plan medical expenditure and then correlate it to our contribution. No? Similarly, there was no categorization that was available for the tertiary and other medical care in the region. So, if somebody got sick and they went to one of the health facilities in Auroville, and then they had diagnostics to be done, there was no way to correlate which of the medical facilities in this region would give the best care for the kind of treatment or diagnostics that was needed. And given the fact that most of the private clinics have diagnostic machines on EMI that needs to be used, you are going to be billed for diagnostics that is not needed also. So we end up paying bills which are not, no counseling and no established fund for emergency health services. We were very good with the pandemic because as a community we are quite creative and we have imagination and we are quite generous with friends and networks, so we could get through it. But that's how we go through every cycle of crisis, not because we have planned for it, but because we have people who love us. So health study, the output of the health study, and then the focus group out study, then the consultation with all the area people working in the health sector, and the output of it in terms of policy, program, and projects. We did that with education. So we looked at the enrollment for the various age groups, the age bands of 0 to 5, 5 to 15, 15 to 20. And we looked at the enrollment in 2008-9 and the enrollment in 2017-18. And we looked at, in terms of the projection, what we have for 2028 and where is the gap in terms of capital, the facilities needed. Here we are only looking at the capital investment. We are not looking at teachers, okay? We have enough space in schools. We have enough space on campus to have enough classroom space to absorb the number of kids that will be born and need to go to school in the next 10 years, or number of teenagers who need to go to high school or middle school. And we looked at the building capacity. So if you look at between the two, the blue is the expected enrollment, and the green is the capacity to absorb the enrollment. So we do have enough space in our schools. The gap is actually teaching staff, management staff, administrative staff. It's not building. So education output, the analysis by the team that did the work, and then with SIRE, and then with all the different working groups, including TDC, and the policies, programs, and projects that emerged out of it. We did the same with housing. Housing, we could have data only for certain years. So like we had 2008-9, financial 2008-9, 12-13, 15-16, 16-17, and 18-19. So we looked at the number of beds that were allocated in each of these years. That means we took number of people rather than square meter or number of building units. We said how many people could be housed. So for example, in 2008-9, and this is housed using Auroville's resources. We are not counting people who could self-finance their houses. We're only counting what is Auroville's capacity to house its inhabitants. So in 2008-9, they could actually provide housing for 12 people. And by 18-19, they could provide housing for 204. And we looked at what was the demand, because it's very nice to be able to say we house so many people. So in 2008-9, there were 49 people who needed housing, and they could house 12. And in 2018-19, there were 326 people who had requested housing. So 122 did not get housed. So this was the gap between our capacity and our need. And we also looked at the source of funding. When it says 100%, it's 100% generated within Auroville. And this is generated between two different sources. There's a Solidarity Fund. If there are people who are able to finance their houses, they are paying a certain contribution that goes to housing service, which then uses it for repair, maintenance, and also housing people. So it's in 15-16 that only 59% of the funds came from Auroville, and in 2018-19, 47% came from Auroville. But otherwise, most of the time, it was Auroville financing its own housing. And we looked at the output of the study from the housing data, and we looked at what we got from the focus group, and then the consultation with the working groups, and prepared the policy programs and projects. So after we did all this, we had a discussion with a small group of people that we put together. David was in the beginning part of it, and then he dropped out. So there was a group of 7 or 8 people that we picked out from the community who had a certain capacity to connect dots and do lateral thinking, and ask them, like, why do you think we are where we are, and how did it happen? Okay? Okay. I can stop here.
Oh, no, you have 30 minutes left.
Oh, I thought you meant to say my 30 minutes are over.
We have up to an hour.
Okay, fine. So,
including Q&A.
Nobody will have questions, don't worry. So there are 7 major points that emerge. First was the lack of integrated data collection and management framework to access comprehensive and accurate information needed for planning. Any planner will tell you, with the kind of data that we have at present, anybody claiming to know what Auroville should do or has to do is... yeah, maybe that's a more polite word. Yeah, okay. So when somebody says, make me this road and Auroville just needs that, I say, based on what? Like, I had a long conversation with Anu, who had come home a few months ago, and she said, when we do the Crown Road, things will happen. So I asked her, what are these things and how will it happen, and what are these things? How are they going to happen? No, because the road is the thing that has prevented things from happening. That was the thing. And when I'm looking at where is the data, okay? And the other thing is that the policy planning procedure is extremely tedious in Auroville. Actually, we don't do policy. Every time we have something happening, we come up with certain regulation, and de facto it becomes a policy. And it's fragmented because each working group works as a silo, and they are doing things whatever they can within the cycle of selection, election of membership that happens over a 2 to 5 years system. And so there's a lack of alignment in the policies and regulation, which is pushing people to, in the working groups, to still continue to work as silos. In a way, it's like a self-fulfilling cycle. The more they work in isolation, the more Auroville is fragmented, and more there is kind of competition for resources. So the more people feel threatened, and more they work as silos. And this cycle has become such a normal practice that to even get some of the working groups that have interrelated activities to sit down for a consultative process with us required diplomacy of a level that I think without Harini and others being involved, we couldn't have got them in the same room, And there's no capacity. So working groups are unable to engage, retain still HR for planning, utilities, food production, because the whole fragmentation that is happening because of the lack of alignments of policies in it. And then there's no capacity building program, because we look at people with goodwill and popularity as two of the main capacity to be in a working group. If nobody objects to you, and you have never done anything wrong that is in public memory, you are enabled to be in a working group, okay? But, which is fine, I mean, but then afterwards there's no program so that they learn public governance, administration, you know, there's nothing as a supportive system, you know, and then policy planning is taken up by the same people who get nominated. And then there's a systemic bias that immediately gets into the system because they do not have the institutional memory that has been put in either with proper filing system or continuity of administration that allows them to understand why this problem is happening today and what led to that fact. An output of that, of course, is the Buddy network and Raj, you know, because these things are all a result one after another. Nothing stands alone, you know. We don't have that, then this will happen. If this happens, we are bound to do that. And then we run around blaming each other, which is very nice, because then we go back into the loop, saying you are the one who is to blame for what is wrong here, you know. But then we said, okay, we will examine sector-wise the policies that we have and correlate them to the programs of various sectors to see which policy actually has the most positive impact on programs of the other sectors. So we did that, and then we had a ranking system. So if you would like for the economy, that's color, I don't know what happened here, the regulation to set up venture capital fund, amendment to the housing policy and the maintenance policy, and amendment to the Auroville contribution policy, it would help not only the economics, the education program, and housing program. So this policy that emerged in economics has a positive output in those two. Similarly, water, we realized, also has positive output. So we went through all the different sectors, correlated them with the programs. Something is wrong with your computer because I don't use this blue at all, you know. And then we looked at all the different programs and how they would impact the projects. Nobody can read, so you just have to trust that what I'm reading is what's there. And so, report mein hai, report mein padh le. No, you don't have to read it here. You can read it on the report. Because if you want to have question answer time, yeah. So then out of that, we said, okay, this was the output of the evaluation matrix. We said policy change in the economic system with targeted programs is a catalyst needed to fuel education, housing, employment sector to match the projected population growth. We really need policy change in our economic sector. We need to have developed land with assured water supply infrastructure essential for growth in all sectors, because we look at our development in terms of land use today, and we realize one of the major constraints is water. You know. And housing development cannot be a silo. It has to be an output of the economic and social development sectors. So financing, tenure, type of housing cannot be worked with separately by housing board and housing services. They have to work together with other sectors. Education, especially skill development, needs to be linked with the economic sector with supported programs for effectivity. A lot of stuff that is happening within Auroville, I mean, I know Lucas is working the scholarship fund with the whole group. There are other people working on skill development, and I talked to Manas. There are gaps where there's a demand, but it cannot be met, you know. But there's a demand from the student saying, okay, if I study that because that's what I'm interested in, that's where I think I can contribute most to Auroville. Most of them are not able to actually get the financing or the resources to do that. But then when you ask the units what are the skills that they need, I would say that the overlay doesn't match. So there's a lack of communication between the kind of skills that we need to develop Auroville and the kind of skills that the youth wants to develop. And that needs to be looked at. Project sanctioned with public funding needs to be an output of programs embedded in the overall development plan, which is stating the obvious. And I think that's it. Yeah, that's the last slide. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Suhasini. We have about 15 minutes or so for questions. So I'll let David take names unless his ones mysteriously come to the top of the list again. Okay. Okay.
Hello. Thank you again. This is not related to your presentation only, but it might be an important question in how we are working. The crucial aspect of the data right now, I tried working myself, I'll be very short in that. I tried working in one of the working groups, the Town Development Council, and it was frustrating to see how you just can't make sense of the data that you were given. There are multiple copies and you don't know what is right, what is wrong, because they are different. How do you see, what are your thoughts on it? Like, how can this be? Is it a cleaning up of that needed? I don't know if my question makes sense, but what do you think about this problem?
There's a past, present, and future to everything, no? We have a certain system in place which is demanding that whoever sits in the working group undertakes 3 different works at the same time without any capacity building, which is that they would be decision makers, they would be administrators, and they would also manage the implementation of whatever that working group has to do, right? And culturally, what has happened in Auroville is there's a lot of mistrust. Nobody trusts anybody else. That's why we go around selecting people of goodwill who have public popularity, not people with capacity or people with ability, okay? And we do not also take into account the fact that the diversity of needs and issues and challenges in Auroville are an output of our own history. So we continuously put in regulatory mechanism to deal with issues that are arising due to a certain dysfunction in the past and project it into the future as the resolution for whatever we have learned. There's no forward planning in saying, look, we have a history which has created a governance system, which has a certain output, which is creating a dissonance in our decision making, which has eroded our social capital. We need to deal with that. And we put a kind of marker there. But if we want to avoid that, we need to do a forward planning. While we are resolving this, we need to set up a system. So both have to happen parallelly, but there has to be a transition period. Now this is where public policy and planning come in. And we do not undertake that. And anybody who talks about public policy and planning has to deal with, I don't know how to say this. Because you see, in a normal situation, when you're dealing with difference of perception or a difference of objectives, there are 2 different things that's happening. There is preference. People have preferences, and that leads to prejudice. So I can be talking about a certain thing which may be rational, functional, supported by data, but if you have a preference, you're automatically having a prejudice in accepting the output of any data. And you would actually use statements which are very, paralysis of analysis. We are not the same like the rest of the world. We are very different, so we should not work this way. fine, we are different, we are not the thing, we should just go ahead and do it. But then 10 years down the line, when somebody comes and says, you're still there, actually not just still there, you are 3 steps backward when you look at the data. Again, the same reasons are rolled out. And they are rolled out based on a belief system. You can discuss when it's a preference. You can discuss when it is actually the system of data analysis is varying. You can discuss and come to some kind of agreements on how you proceed if there is a process of looking at things as we all have different preferences, but we can adapt. But you cannot have a discussion when you go by a system of belief. And this is where the problem is. I mean, I consider that I only knew about 3 groups of people who were people of the book. But then I realized in the last 25 years, there's a 4th group of which I'm part. I'm the 4th group of the people of the book. So there's Judaism, there's Christianity, there's Islam, and now there's Orwellianism, which is another people of the book. And there's no way to have a discussion and debate so every person with capacity, goodwill, popularity joins a working group, and if they are not delusional, they very quickly leave. You see? And we are burning out good people with imagination and creativity because of the system. And as long as we just deal with belief systems and not say my belief is based on a certain preference or my belief is based on progress, and so I'm ready to discuss these things, with the diversity that we have and the amount of creative people that we have, we are going to be running around in circles for a long time to come. And that no data can actually get us out of that. No road can get us out of that. And no book can get us out of that. So we might, 2025, we will come up with a new amended master plan. That will be the new book, which will be the St. James Bible. Okay?
Just to add to it, so would this be an idea, a crucial thing, that accountability has to come with the working group that you are in?
Pavneet, how can you hold people accountable? I mean, you're holding people accountable for things that they cannot take responsibility for. I mean, I tell you very frankly, I do not have a problem with the present people in TDC, because they cannot be held accountable for what they're doing. You can only be held accountable for something that you're doing if you are able to take the responsibility for it. People are pushed left, right, and center to do things which they don't need to do. They don't want to do even sometimes. Nobody is accountable here. And you can't be accountable if you are not allowed to take responsibility, and you can't take responsibility if you are not allowed to actually think about certain things and come up with rationalized output. You have to only do that. Who is going to be responsible then?
Yeah, I'm as usual really overwhelmed by the amount of work that you do and by the speed that you present it. And I think I'm not alone here from the people who are supposed to dreamweave or start the dreamweaving that then is continued by Rajiv and his team. What is the data which you have collected? Does it support actually that drive and that one particular development that we are doing it right now? I almost heard you that the data that we have is that, for example, the road system that we have is perfectly feasible for the next few years to come.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, so I don't really know what in this room then to make with all of that data which you have taken so much energy to collect.
Because I'm crazy, I keep doing these things and then just get, you know, it's also a good learning experience. You get to know what's happening where and why. So you understand the larger systems at work, and you start to actually even have sympathy for people that are working based on a belief system. You know, you realize that it takes imagination to make changes. And when people who lack imagination sit in decision-making places and out of a belief system decide things, we as a community are equally responsible. That's all I can say. And that's how I can empathize with the people who work with the belief system, because I realize that it takes imagination to integrate change, you know? And to take responsibility for your imagination is a big step.
Yeah.
You know?
And another realization is probably that we have to have an open discussion on our maintenance system and the assumption that it works, while we all know it does not, which creates such a huge kind of shadow economy, which we all live with.
But you see, that's where I disagree with you in that sense. The BCC has been doing, over the last 3-4 months, they've sent out questionnaires, they've been asking people. And if you look at the participation, it is not enough in terms of numbers to even derive a baseline. We like to say that this should be done, but when people who do it are not able to communicate enough the seriousness of the output that they want to get out, that the participation is extremely low. BCC has been doing it. I think sometime in November they sent out the 3rd form on your maintenance and your expenditure and everything.
They
huh?
withdrew it the next day.
No, they didn't.
Is that true? I thought it meant that it withdrawn because it was not final and something.
The BCC said they were not really fully part of it. Maybe we are also all too shy to talk about money and all, and we pretend that we can do without.
Yeah, they're very American in that. No, they can talk about their sex life, but not about the income. Mm.
Okay, so we have time for one more question.
Thank you very much. Given all that you presented and all that's actually been said since, what are your suggestions for the Dreamweavers? What are your suggestions for our friends who are going to try and help the DDP preparation out of this time right now, and maybe more generally, because there's so much out of the scope, I feel, for this room that we also have to address in parallel. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on how we go forward.
Okay. You see, the idea of the taking up the crown as part of the dream weaving process, I'm fully supportive of it, and that's why I'm standing in here, for 2 very simple reasons. One is that if we can, on a level of integrating 3 different tendencies in Auroville, or let's say 3 different groups of people. One is the architects, then the others are the planners, and the third is the people. Okay? Somehow in Auroville, architects seem to have this role of being, how do you say, people who can do everything. Architects have been doing planning in Auroville, and I suppose it's a kind of a legacy because Roger was an architect, and mother told an architect, please plan my city, and he made a concept which is a very formal interpretation of a development in terms of building masses, rather than looking at the givens that she gave with the charter and the socio-economic aspect, and 1954 when she talked about the city that she wanted to do, even 27 or 24, I don't know these dates, when in Golconda, she has been talking about many things that she wants when she was talking about this experiment of the yoga in an urban context, no? So we had an architect doing it, and then we had architects taking it up, and then we had architects discussing it, and then people saying architects are bad, so then the discussion even became worse. It's because architects fight, and that's why we don't develop. And so I really hope with this Dreamweavers that we can actually integrate that architects do certain things, planners do certain things, and people do certain things, and unless all these 3 things come together, we don't really have development. You know, so I'm supportive of that. And the second thing is, I would like to bring the question of time on the table. Somehow, whenever we do planning or design, or we're doing participation, we never look at time as an important element of development. If we don't work with time, what you end up doing is either overshooting in terms of target setting, or misjudging the kind of capacity building that you can do. And then in both cases, it leads to a planning failure. And then that planning failure, rather than being put on the lack of integrating the temporal values in planning, is put on the professional capacity of the people who are involved, because it's always easier to blame a person than a policy, you see. And the third thing that I would really like is that somehow, if this thing works, we can show that it's okay to have a belief system and also accept change. That you are not betraying your belief by adapting to change. And that would be the most wonderful thing that the dream weaving could do. I don't care about the drawings. And if we can actually establish at the end of these 7 weeks, change is not a betrayal of belief. That's all.
Thank you, Suhasini. So I think we break for lunch now. And for those joining us for lunch, it's over at Anam Kitchen today rather than at the guest house. So just about 1 minute, 30 seconds walk that way. So we start again at 2, and please be back beforehand, because we have to sharp end at 4 to make sure we can give this room for the next event. Okay, thank you.